Okay, so today I will continue with another session of chess, which is this has been basically my overtime session of like, now that that PvZ challenge is over, I've sort of changed my schedule back to where like I can do whatever I want. So I haven't known what I wanted to do, or I don't really have much time. So and yesterday I was like half asleep, so I was on a decent streak, but then I won't use that as an excuse that I'm so tired, but it was like I was on a decent little streak, win one, draw, win three, lose one, and I honestly don't even remember what exactly happened. It was like a unique position here where like you're in a really bad spot either way. So I mean the guy played well, it's fine, but no, I want to get back to 1700, which I'm on. Wait, how did I get that far? That is actually pretty good. I was like, yeah, I guess I underestimated, because I was like way below, like 1620 or something at one point I had fallen to. So yeah, let's just see how far we can go. But yeah, what better game to play when you're half asleep to put you to sleep than chess? In some ways it can be very good for that, especially the longer formats, even though I like it. I have been tired, and I am tired now, so I'll be half asleep. Fucking ASMR sleeping stream, I don't fucking know. I've never actually fallen asleep while on stream, but I've been pretty close. It was always in Hearthstone that I would do it for some reason, because it would always be on a day that I sort of started late or didn't have a lot of time or something. No, chess is like the perfect filler game at times, which is it's both a good and a bad thing, in the sense that it's good because it's so like open to that, like you could do it as much or as little as you want and it's still sort of satisfying. Although I guess a lot of multiplayer games can be like that, where it's like a one-off, each game speaks for itself, if you will. Like in a card game, you just play like one game and then you're satisfied, or like NBA 2K or something, you just play one game and that's at least something. But what you have is a simple ability to realize that you can take it super seriously if you want. If you don't want, it's still pretty good. Like they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. Wait, I guess still not enough. But this is kind of important though to win, because not that I'm not trying to do that anyway, but it's important to win because of the simple fact that I've got to get the momentum going towards 17, which I'm certainly capable of doing, but I don't know. So they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. And you're sort of obligated to do that, and the reason why is because that wouldn't have been worth it, obviously, otherwise. But yeah, I'm going to try to decide sort of more so what I'm doing, because, okay, that seemed like just a mistake on their part, where they're sort of just offering it up. And so now I like those kind of moves. I would love to just be able to like trade again even, but I can't do it. I don't even like it being there. It's sort of just in the way, but there's nowhere else where I want it to go. This could be an okay spot, I guess, for it. This is the knight's tendency, is it just sort of gets in the way and blocks stuff where, it's not really doing anything. We get a couple of our Danganronpa clips in the art, like two of my most highest viewed clips. If you look at, they actually are my two highest viewed clips on my main channel here, where like they both have 50,000, where one of them is my greatest deduction from the first case of, Danganronpa, where I predict that it was like self-defense or whatever, that Sayaka was actually the one trying to kill whatever, Leon. And well, I guess spoilers for the first case, fuck me, but who cares? Like, well, whatever. I would care a lot if it was me, so I should be more considerate. But no, the point is that the point is that The other one is some stupid joke, like the guy uses like a baseball or whatever, so I say like, that's a pretty ballsy way to commit the crime, or that's a pretty ballsy way to do it, or something like that. I almost didn't upload that one. The other one, at least I like, the greatest deduction, because that's the kind of moment that's like a karmic justice for me, like with Phoenix Wright. I would always play the Phoenix Wright games, and it would allow me to... I would always play the Phoenix Wright games, and I would have moments like that where I sort of have some good deductions or predictions and theories and things like that. And so that has a certain merit to it. And so the reason why it feels sort of deserved, because I don't have those moments saved, unfortunately, for whatever it's worth. And so, you know, it only feels appropriate that you would do that. You know, it's sort of a similar thing that since I can't relive the Phoenix Wright thing per se, I can at least do it in some other form, and so therefore that is good. The problem being that okay, this guy's kind of so bad that he's distracting me from my own commentary. Whatever. The point is, you would get a certain value for the ability to... I don't care. Like, it doesn't fucking matter, man. As long as I don't get a stalemate. But no, I like the one clip, but I didn't like the other one necessarily as much. I wasn't going to even upload it. But no, that one's at least a good, like, okay, it's a deductive moment where, you know... It's a good deductive moment that's actually relevant to the gameplay and something I've had similar moments to in the past. And so therefore you feel like... Really, bro? Really? Like, come on, dude. Come on. I don't want to have to do it like this, but why is it this difficult? Ugh. Okay, all right. I don't want to. I don't want to think too much, as a wise player once said. No, you really want to be like this? Where like, go ahead, play it out, dude. Play it out. Really, this is gonna be great. You're gonna get a stalemate. It's really good. Like, dude, you could just do that pretty much the whole way. Yeah, I'm not even thinking in terms of, oh, whether it's made or not. Like, I don't really give a shit. And those kind of positions spoil you, or those kind of players spoil you a bit. So that's good. But my point was that, I totally forgot what I was even saying. Just... Oh yeah, like the one deduction clip, at least that's sort of like what I've done in Phoenix, right? So like that I would have uploaded, and that I actually don't mind being a high viewed clip because there's some merit behind it. You're coming up with a good theory in a mystery detective game, right? That's at least relevant. The other one though I think is dumb, where it's just like a little pun or a joke or whatever. That's the kind of thing I don't like as much, but whatever. For some reason this game has such an insane, immense fan base that people are really crazy about it. And I kind of like my story with that too. I went to play it on my old channel like around 2015, I think. I can't remember exactly. And I wasn't really feeling it. I wasn't really into it. And so I did like a little bit of the intro, and then I stopped playing, and people were kind of pissed because they kept telling me, oh, if you like Phoenix Wright, you should play it. And then I tried it, but then I stopped. I'm like, okay, I'm not really feeling it. And I would rarely do that. Usually when I would start something, I would commit to it. Unlike now, where I've been the opposite of that. I have so many things that I leave hanging. But my point is, I stopped, and then I didn't come back to it until literally this channel, until 2022. So like 7 years later. And then I committed fully. So in other words, I was much more immersed. I was giving it a full chance. I wasn't like being dismissive or whatever. See, you got to be in the mood for it, basically. So like the point is, if I had done it then, I doubt I would have been so immersed or had those kind of moments, because I was just like, oh, fuck this cutesy little Japanese whatever game that we're doing. It's like I wasn't really feeling it. Yeah, let's just play a couple games before I pass out. I'm not scared by his rating, although I'm a little bit annoyed that I mean, again, I shouldn't really lose anything if he does beat me, but I shouldn't think like that. I should gain a lot if I beat him, should be my thought. Like, really, what is going to be so special about him? Like, who does this guy think he is? 1787, like, I could be that if I wanted to. I was on the way to it already. Just because I'm a lazy clown doesn't mean you're actually better than me. What you can do now is you can basically just some of this development becomes kind of annoying. Like, I don't want to even do that. I always feel bad putting it above the pawn because it feels like it's blocked. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is how you know he's 17, almost 1800. He's going to queenside castle, which nobody ever does in the history of chess. Didn't you know that? Like, no player in the game of chess ever queenside castles. It's not a thing that actually occurs in the game. I don't know if you're aware of that or, but maybe I can teach you something. It doesn't exist. Queenside castling does not exist in the game of chess. It's actually invalid. Factually, objectively incorrect move to make. I guess I kind of fucked up there though because I'm getting too. But see, I'd be happy with even trading the queens for what that's worth. Like, I could take it with the pawn, but the problem is that's a problem on like two different levels that I don't like because I would take. Then you could take. I don't know. I don't like it. This is adequately covered in multiple ways, but even then, they would take. I would take. They would take. I would still take. Like, it's just dumb. Some kind of busted position though that I let myself get put into. I don't know. I could just move the queen and then try to do something. So the point is that now they could take, they could do whatever they want, but it changes the dynamic because now the queen is not under threat. So like they're not going to initiate the take with the queen no matter what. So it doesn't matter. So that pretty much solved it. It's a little bit nerve-wracking. Scholars Mate in 1 is his name. But no, you shouldn't get too intimidated by the ratings and things like that, but it is still relevant. I would take, but then you'll do a cutesy little thing. Like, we know, dude. We get it. We get it, dude. You think you're so cute. I don't really like the position of the knight right now, or that's the real problem. Is it'll dude, come on, dude. Come on. Wait, what was the first threat that I said? Oh, if I took it, that would be bad. That is kind of a dynamic move though. Like, oh, I can take it, but if I can't take it with the queen you take, but if I take, then you can do this and I'm fucked on multiple levels. But also, if I don't take, it's also bad because now you could go there and then force it out and do something there. I'd be willing to do this in my typical fashion, but I would just have to castle quickly, I think. I can probably tell you that's not a good move, but I'll do it anyway. And so now that is a passed pawn. Like, it's really gonna come down to all this kind of shit, huh? Like you really. Okay, man. You can be like that if you want. You really can. It's okay, dude. It's okay. Just sometimes I just get so pissed, man. It pisses me off when people think like they're so. I don't know, like bro really thinks he's doing something in the game. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. Even if I did that, they'd still take. The point is they can't take, but it doesn't matter because I would take, they would take, I would take. I could try to like double stack, I guess. I could try the rarely seen triple stack. Like, I'm trying to be a little bit too cute now myself. But no, this position looks actually kind of weird for them because of their queenside castle. But I don't know how to take advantage of it, or I'm not the type to do that. This is the kind of game we got to win, though. If I'm actually serious about getting back to 17, there's no reason why I shouldn't be able to do this, or at least I should draw it, as my title would even suggest, that the game is a drawish clown show, clown fiesta. So now you want to... I would take, you would take, I would take, you would still take. I have to move the bishop itself. If I move the bishop itself, you take the queen itself, which is pretty impressive that you were able to do that. In fact, that's kind of mind-boggling that you were able to do that. I don't see how you did that. I'm kind of confused, like, the queen isn't covered, and anything I do would not be very worth it, so... I don't know, man. I don't know. Just fucking... He'll take the bishop. This would be at least a good restitution, because I could, like, double take, but now it doesn't even work as a double take. I don't know what to tell you, man. That's just, like... Whatever, dude. Whatever. Only a +2. His king is kind of exposed, but it just doesn't matter because he's gonna be able to do basically whatever he wants now. You know, you gotta punish them sort of early if they're gonna play like that, where you get to basically... You could punish them early in such a way that you try to attack the queenside castle as soon as they do it, or something of the sort. And so what you have is the ability to go back. They can probably do something. They could have probably done something better there, because then if I didn't take, they could have unleashed or something. So this is all fine still. They can't actually do it though, can they? Or I'll keep doing the same shit over and over. Are we gonna get a threefold repetition? Yeah, like if you do that now, you know, not that you need my advice, but it's okay, dude. They take the queen, it's fine, but the act of taking the queen will also give a check. So that's kind of what I was talking about with respect to... I don't know. I mean, look, dude. Look. What the fuck? He doesn't feel even that good, but... It's the time that always is, like, so annoying for me, too. It's like... Whatever would have happened, it's like I would have flagged or something anyway, but... I think I played okay at the beginning, and then something just gets messy. But again, don't use this as a validation of queenside castling, because anybody with half a brain is going to punish you for it and show you that that's not how the game is actually played at any sort of decent level. So it's just not a viable way to play. So you can do it as much as you want here against a 1600 rated clown like me on an inflated site, but don't mistake your fortunes too much. It's just trash. Nobody does that. It's not good. It doesn't do anything. It's trash. Like, who do you think you are? Judith Polgar, who even then still probably wouldn't do it most of the time. Now, the fact that I lost 6 for somebody who's 120 rating above me is utterly fucking bullshit. But okay, I'll accept it, man. This site fucking sucks. Like, why are you getting that matchup? And then why are you losing so much for it? Like, what the fuck? Whatever, man. I'm just started playing on this fucking site again, or just playing chess again. I'm already pissed. Like, why is that? What is this? PVZ fucking heroes that I was just triggered by so much? The fact that whatever, man. No, this is another Danganronpa Arden. It's gonna be, the fucking losing to DDR in my permadeath run, which still traumatized me. One of the dumbest things that you could possibly lose to. You solve the case and you come up with all the answers, but then you lose to a fucking DDR minigame that they have to force in there that I wasn't really expecting at all. So go ahead, you put up the board, you put up the piece set. What are we at here? Belladonna pieces. That was extremely frustrating because look, man, I don't know what I can say, but wait, what am I looking at? Belladonna bronze. I do like that one. Like, I'm not gonna pull a Kramnik and say anything, but it's like, don't give me that matchup. That's all I want. Like, don't give me that matchup. He didn't even play that well necessarily. 78%, 3 blunders. Like, I don't know, man. Like, where was it that the game really got away from me? And the answer is, like what is the whole structure of the game, though? And this is what I hate about higher rated players too. They'll explain it in some matter of fact way, like, oh, of course, all you have to do is this because this. But like, what is the position that we're looking at here? What is this? Why is this even a way that anybody would play? And the answer is, I feel like maybe even better players don't understand that whole. I don't know. I shouldn't say they don't understand, but like, there's an intuitive nature to certain positions. Like, this is already fucking ugly and stupid. Now, you might say, oh, that's just because I don't know it because I'm stupid, but it's just something doesn't feel right. I always have this tendency to play these sort of safe positions. And he makes a couple of blunders back, so I can't really say this was me trying to be a little too cute. So maybe if I didn't do that, I would have been fine. Right, I was sort of doing it to myself in such a way that is just unnecessary. And so, let me see here. Do I even have the energy to fucking do this show right now? Okay, can I just get an actual proper matchup here? Would be all I could ask for. I gotta, like, fix my fucking sleep schedule, though. I've been way too tired the last couple days. Like, I can barely even fucking do this. Like, anything. So that's why I don't want to do any more demanding category than chess. Not that chess can't be demanding, but it's demanding in sort of a different way that's more borrowed knowledge kind of bullshit, which is fine, but it's something that I just accept that I'm not of that mindset. Like, I don't, it's not about how much time you put in a raw sense. It's about how much time you study or do it over the course of years, not in a limited sense. I take, it's perfectly fine. This is okay. Did I already mess something up by doing that? Yeah, see, I already blundered a pawn because I'm trying to do too much because I'm well, not really because of that, but still. What did he do? See, that's already, you can tell, is a bad move. How do you consider yourself a 1500, 1600? You can go to here, it's got a good kind of structure. And so now you're able to, we could wait a little bit, but it seems kind of dumb because you don't necessarily even want to do that. And the reason why you don't want to do that is because of the simple fact that, I don't know, like what that kind of move is. Because it doesn't seem to really do a whole lot. So now, by doing this, you would hit there. If you didn't hit there, it would be fine, right? Because then you could just... I could do this, and then well, it doesn't matter that much, but I can't do anything with that. I can try to come here. I would take. This is a potential take. But no, we gotta go on a little streak here, and sometimes this is the best way to take advantage of it. Is like you haven't played in a while, but it becomes like a provisional boost moment in which you're able to basically, just you have a provisional boost a little bit, like you're getting, I don't know. You're getting the ability to get a little more. It's not like you're getting 100 rating or something crazy like when you make a new account. You're getting a little bit in terms of the fact that you haven't played in a little bit more than what you would normally do. What is it with these people queenside casting, man? Why are you doing it? Why do people do that as if it's like a valid thing to do? Because it's objectively not. It's objectively invalid. There's no reason to do it. They would take, I would take, they would take, okay. Oh my god. He goes to there, which doesn't seem to immediately do a whole lot. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, wait, they would still take. But that's the same thing as it was before. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. I could try to double stack here. I could try to bring the knight in. I'm not really too sure what's happening. I don't know. I mean, I seemingly just can't do that with respect to the pawn push. No matter how much stuff I put on there, he'll just always be able to deal with it. Even if I'm double stacked, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. It wouldn't even be worth it. He'll double stack onto here, which is kind of cute. Which means I should almost have this ready to move. There's nowhere really good to go with that either. If you're looking to raise this, that could be a potentially good move as well to consider here. You do this so it's covered by the rook itself. And if you can do that, then everything's fine. I raise it. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. So I need a double stack of some variety here, whether it be the queen behind, whether it be the rook behind. There's some kind of weird thing that could maybe happen, but They would check, I would take, they would check. They would check, I would take. They would check, I would take. There's going to be some sort of crazy sack play that you can do here, unfortunately. And so, even if I wanted to do this, it's not going to really work. I'm not sure what's happening. Like, if you sacked it here, take, you come down, I take, you come down, I take, you take, I still take. I don't know, because it would be posing mate, obviously, otherwise. Let's see. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. So the problem is I'm not being aggressive enough with respect to the little dinky. Oh wait, what? Wait, how did that even happen? That obviously isn't the one that I should have taken. I thought I was being all cute with the rook thing, but the last couple games I've been exactly like that. Like I'm just trying to be too cute. I don't see what's even so bad about that. Did he make a big mistake there or something? And of course, I'm too tired to even do this, so maybe I should just stop right where as we are. But yeah, we're making a little trek back to 1600, 1700. I mean, and it's gonna be pretty good. And I can play whatever I want now, whenever I want. Like I'll have my schedule be pretty open, so it's even. I go here, they go there. It's not immediate though. Still, like whatever it is that maybe he blundered or whatever it is I could have done, would not have been that consequential. It wouldn't have done that much. It wouldn't have been a big deal, right? It doesn't mean I'm necessarily going to see everything that I come across, and so you're able to kind of be almost back there, but it's not just that I had been 17. I had been like 1720, 1725, like that there. Okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, so today I'm going to continue my little journey back to 1700, which, again, I had gotten to 17 some time ago. Then maybe I didn't play for a little bit. And then I felt a little bit, I felt actually super far below, like all the way to like 1620 or something. And then I went back, which was kind of impressive. You know, I did this in like one day, literally from the third to the fourth. That's hard to even imagine, regardless of how much I was playing. Right, that's actually insane. But then I fell again, so now we're on our way back up. I've been winning a good amount of games here, but you know, you get like a little provisional boost here, but not much. Like, you know, instead of giving 8, it might give you 10 or something like that. It's not like they're giving you 50 or some crazy amounts like when you first make your account or if you haven't played in a long time or something. So I just have to not be so lazy that I sometimes am like super, like I sort of take things for granted. Like no matter what happens, I should always be able to draw all of these people. Like the worst thing that can happen in chess sometimes is like when I could say like, oh, it's getting overconfident, but it's not even about that. It's sort of like, see, sometimes you're almost meant to put it here, but it's like, if I put it here, I don't know what's gonna happen with it. Right, that may or may not actually be a good thing to do. Yeah, this honestly is sort of a filler category, but I do like what I've done now, where I've sort of opened my schedule up, like where on a whim, if I feel like playing something, I'll just play it. Now, the problem is, this has been the case since Monday, right? Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday now. Saturday, this whole week, since the PVZ series ended on the PvZ series ended on the particular day of Monday when I did like a long 9-hour finale. So the point is that it's open-ended. Like whatever I feel like doing, I could just do it. But there's one problem, and the problem is that I have to have time to really be able to do it. That's especially what I like to do when I play. Why is everybody queenside castling? Like this has happened numerous times in the course of whatever the last several games. They would take, I would take, they would take, I can't take. My point is just that they could do something cheeky like there, like take. Just yeah, I'd want to have more time because whenever I do like single player games or whatever I do, I don't want to just do it just to do it. I want to take my time and get immersed in it, kind of like what I tried to do with chess. But it's different because the studying aspect kind of ruins that mindset too. I don't actually understand. This would normally be the move that I would make here, so I don't really get it. Like they could do this, right? Just hypothetically. And if they do, then this ends up there. I don't know. It's not that big of a deal. I'm sure I can recover. I mean, if you were really worried, you could just trade down something like that. These little minor advantages, people, okay, that's the best thing he could have possibly done. I wanted him to do that. These minor advantages don't matter as much as you think at this level, right? Like where that's one of my catchphrases that always triggers people who are better. Like, oh, don't use that as an excuse. But it is worth it to note, at least as far as context. Like you do it in such a way that I don't know, like it's very hard for me to concentrate while I'm actually playing. Not that I'm very good anyway, but or like I'm always so slow too is my problem. So you could do this. I don't really like doing it, but you can go here, attack the queen, which really doesn't matter too much. Yeah, sign of a good player. You don't move your queen until I turn whatever the fuck, like later on. Now, is that gonna turn into a royal fork or what? Doesn't seem like a big deal. They gave up the double diagonal that they had, which isn't that big of a deal either. But there's always like some sort of sack play that you can make. So now the knight can go there, I guess. But there's no like good follow-up to that I can see. But yeah, I like Kramnik's going crazy to do a chess drama lore, whatever I'm seeing on YouTube and suggestions and stuff. Kramnik's losing his mind to do with accusing everybody of cheating. And then what was the other thing I saw? I can't remember. This is okay, I guess. Here you could kind of be a little cute and do that, but it would sort of shut down the threat anyway. So all the moves he's making are like very basic. Like there's nothing really happening with this after almost 12,000 games played. Okay, just do this, take care of it. And then you can go here, or you got to think like this piece is almost trapped because the knight's always such a liability, but I guess not really. This is cute, but you could also just go here. right? This knight looks like it's in a good, cute position, but it doesn't have a backing for it. This would be an octopus knight or whatever, a very good, deep knight, but you would need a pawn already elevated to take care of that. You could seemingly do this, and I don't know why you shouldn't be able to do it. Yeah, it's always good in chess to sort of have self-doubt. You should always, you know, especially when you're not good. But no, even great players do that. They're not just. That's why chess is sort of misrepresented too, and I don't respect the portrayal of it, even by sometimes very good players. Like, oh, look how just innately smart they are. Bobby Fischer is just so good, just so smart. You don't think they're putting forth effort, not just in terms of studying for years, but in the course of a game. The difference between Bobby Fischer and somebody else, right, some Lasker or some other, you know, really good players, isn't just that, oh, innate genius or even how much they've studied, although I often say that might be the difference. Like, just study a fuckload and somebody studies more than you or whatever. But the point is that the real difference could be the effort in the course of a game. One guy's calculating 10 moves per second, the other one's calculating 20, and that could be, you know, mental state of being, etc. But part of it could also be a case where right now you could do that at least, but part of it could be like, again, mental state of being, but part of it is just the effort. Like, you know, oh, it hurts your brain, I don't want to think too much, blah blah blah. But it's like you don't have a choice because you know, like that's the extra level you have to push yourself. And not only am I not the type to really do that, just in terms of an effort level, right? Not even ability level, just like I'm so lazy, I always look for a shortcut. And that's the work ethic of chess players that I sometimes don't even understand. Because I like the longer formats and all that stuff too. But it doesn't make sense to me because it's always like I'm trying to just trade and just look for the easy out. It just isn't a style that would really work in the long run. I could create a double stack. And the reason why that's bad is because of this. This seems like a good move, but it's really not. The problem is this, like... Or no, I guess not. I forgot how the knight moves, that I could take it with the knight. That's even undeveloped the whole fucking game. But you would want this to be gone. This is still covered. You can go here. And I could easily just take, or I could even... You gotta be watchful of a check here is kind of the thing. And the reason why is because if you give a check, I could just take and it wouldn't even matter. I'm trying to be all cute with these threats on the queen. But no, what I also don't like about chess from a psychological standpoint is like, why just this exact game? Like, there's so many other board games. You could do Go, you could do Shogi, you could do whatever. You could do even variants, you know, 960. Like, why do people settle on just this one version of the game? There's one of those preconceived fallacies. Like, it's not that it isn't good, it's that you wouldn't do this one or this one so much if it wasn't just already pre-established. So you're just going off the fact that it is established, not based on its inherent quality. Because if you're objectively judging that by objective criteria, then it would be a different story. It wouldn't be quite like what you... it wouldn't be such a limited shore kind of a thing. And so you have this. I guess I could just take it. That's very dangerous in terms of the... I'm even saying, like, I don't like it, but because that pawn there is going to be fucking super under threat. But create a double stack here. And then I should almost be able to guarantee the take on it. And the reason why is because of this. Like, how do you stop this from happening? There's no way for you to cover it. So I should basically have it, despite the fact that it seems super deadly for the king. But how do you really get your queen in there? I can't really envision it. I love this little time glitch I have. I don't know why it's like that. I must have chosen the wrong time zone and I've been too lazy to change it ever when I'm playing on the site. But yeah, it was 1 hour ago that I started this game, even though it's a 10-minute game. So that'd be mathematically impossible to do. But no, this type of game is like my just chatting thing too. That's why it's so easy for me to just do. Like, I could talk about the election, or I could react to videos or music or whatever, you know, it is that people would do. Which is more like a break sort of thing from other stuff that I would do. Like in the middle, I would do that, but now I would just do it overall somehow. You could just do this, and then even if you took, I took, and you can't take, so I'm happy with that. I guess, or I could do it the other way too. I could take it first and then take, or I mean, I could double take, and it would almost be mate. This is like the sneaky position. If it wasn't for the stupid ass knight, right, that actually would be mate. So could I cheese him a little bit? Like if he moves this, I don't know. That's all it would take. If he simply reacts to this and moves the knight, you know what I mean? But he could be sniping me, and my thing isn't even showing up yet. So I never like to think of that as an excuse. Like, oh, you know, the fact that I'm streaming on either level, the fact that I'm talking or whatever doesn't matter. Although, look at my time, but I won't use that. Could have just won a rook. Would I have won it, or would it have just been a... Oh, I'm thinking backwards. I somehow thought I would have to... Yeah. I was thinking somehow I'd have to trade the queen for the 2 rooks, which is still good, and I still maybe should have done it. But I didn't realize he just did that. See, sometimes you don't even believe how stupid... Like, this guy's a 1658, and 1658 is actually a decent rating, so how could you make a mistake like that? I would never make a mistake like that. So you almost give them too much credit where... Okay, I'm gonna flag now. They do something so stupid that you wouldn't even believe that they might do it, and... I would have kind of needed that to make up for the lack of time here. He didn't take... No, he can't take that. They'll take... I'll take this. It's not a bad position at all. Like, I could easily do this. It's just... I'm not going to have time to do it. This could be good. Okay, fine. Again, just should play for a draw. Oh, you can take this one here. I'm surprised you even let me do that. It's too late now. I didn't want to give you the move. Yeah, I tend to not really. I always look like after I make my move anyway, but yeah, I'm surprised I didn't think of that. I even said what I thought it was. Like, I thought, okay, maybe I should trade the rook in, or no, that wouldn't have made sense either though, because the queen's not in front. So I was thinking about like a different position where I'm trading the queen for 2 rooks, and that's still fine. But that wasn't what was happening. Okay, go give a bunch of checks. This should be good. There's not a lot he can really do with what he has. I'm not very good in time pressure situations. Attacking this, I can't really do anything. I was trying to be all cute with the knight too and get a mate, which technically that would have been correct, but I just can't be so slow. He could give me like a fork or something, give me back that stupid ass rook that I should have already gotten. But no, again, this is a perfectly drawable, maybe even winnable position. I just am not going to have the time to do it. I don't care about my pawns as much. If I just get rid of his, then we can just play it for a stale position. If he moves his knight, I take there. I can try to do that. I don't know what what I'm doing there, but we could try to take this. The knight is not really doing a whole lot. Okay, that's fine. Oh shit. I wasn't even realizing that would happen because I don't have time to think about it. So now I should actually win, but I kind of doubt it. But let me try it actually, right? I shouldn't give up. And of course, the knight is very uncomfortable and unpleasant with how it moves. That was a bad move because you could go there or something, I bet. No, actually it's not so bad though, because that's where can I just move it to get it out of the way? Now take, and then he can give a whole bunch of checks that I don't want him to do. That in itself is a major fuck up, I think. Now you can just do this all day long. I'll bait him with the pawn, I guess, and just fucking do something. I won his knight. Unfortunately, the knight is a fucking stupid ass piece that just pisses me off, so I don't really care about it too much. Like, it's just gonna waste my time. Giving checks can be really annoying too for the flagging purposes. You know, it is a draw. It's objectively a draw, but so fucking annoying, dude. Like, I'd never, I'll even admit, I'd never be able to mate in this position. It would be literally, it would never happen. I would never, with 1 second, 2 seconds. Okay, that's fucking bullshit. Even never mind the rook move. Like, there was nothing about that game where he actually did anything special. Which that in itself reveals something about the game. Sure, it's just me where, like, I generally have always had that tendency where I'm a little slow. But it's like you would never really lose to somebody around your rating. That's why there's so many draws. Not just because it's better players, but you would never lose if you just had enough time to think. Like, he didn't outplay me or do anything, or I didn't even make any mistake. It's like I just knew from the middle of the game that I just am not going to have enough time. I'm just too slow. So, I mean, again, that's a part of the game, but it's not a very important part. It's not something I really like at this stage. And now I have to change my art. We lose our DDR thing from the fucking where I lost my first way through permadeath of Danganronpa. And I've never played it back since then. I guess I have avoided doing that. Whenever I do a first playthrough permadeath, it's not that I'm not allowed to play it again, but usually like a 6 month to a year break period is warranted. But I haven't gone back to try to do any of those for some reason. Like, I don't know, it feels better just I'd rather do something fresh that I haven't played. So this is the 5th one of the Danganronpa set, and again, those clips did exceptionally well. In fact, my 2 most viewed clips on my main channel, I think, are from that game for whatever reason. I don't always play that game, but when I do, I play only the first case, and yet I get 2 50,000 view clips on a channel that only has, like, at that point, only like 100 subscribers. Like, I don't get it, but the game clearly has a very passionate fan base to it. Oh, I gotta change this now, too. I feel like it's not even making any difference. Like, what did that do? What? I'm so confused. I'm trying to change it gradually so it has some sort of, whatever. We'll change the piece set. That was a very annoying kind of game. I just gotta play faster, I guess. Or I would even go back to playing classical, but I just don't have time to even enjoy it. Right, I'll be playing like 1 game per stream or something the way it goes, but it's sort of like it'd still be more fun that way. Checkers board, which I don't think that works anymore, or I can't remember. Chess.com. Normally I skip that one, but it's the beginning of the set, so I guess I probably haven't done it. Yeah, I do generally do stuff like that. I guess the only hard mode for chess is the fact that I could be getting sniped while I do it, or the fact that I choose not to study really, which I probably should now soon. Or I guess with chess.com, I always do it on permadeath because I have to, like, I always set like a goal on there. I have to delete my account if I don't get to a certain rating in a certain amount of time. But on here, I don't really do that as much. Like, yeah, my account doesn't even exist anymore. It usually would say it's being deactivated, but maybe I deactivated it so many times that it just doesn't exist anymore. Or I wanted to mess around with a Halloween piece set on here. Let me just see if I can see what it is. Will it let me even do that if I'm play as guest? But let me play as a fuck around with the cosmetics. I'll have to log in. Oh no. Where is it? Where is it? Or sometimes you have to go in like a different menu. Like I can't remember how they do it. You'd probably have to log in though. And I wish they kept those all the time. They'll do it, but then they'll do it for a short period of time. Like, oh, once Halloween's over, it'll be gone. Like they did that with the football pawns or whatever. Like around the Super Bowl probably last time. Could I send you something? Sure, yeah. Anarchy. Yeah, I think I've looked at that actually. The mods deleted my software from Reddit chess. Let me see. I can't click the link here actually, but I should be able to just find it manually. Reddit Anarchy chess mods. Let's see if this is actually how Reddit works. Deleted my software. It's pinned to the top. Let's see. I tried to post my free open source extension. Deleted by the mods. Hue Chess is a gamification mod for the chess that adds experience. Oh, that sounds kind of fun. Experience points, levels, unlockables. Basic premise is you win games on the chess, you get Hue points, which increase your experience with the level. Yeah, so if I fall below a certain level, I have to delete my account, or I could make some sort of challenge for it. When you accumulate 100 Hue points, you level up, move on to the next chessboard. Oh, this is my idea actually. I literally said that. There should dude, I said this years ago. How long? 7 days, whatever. But to actually do it, I guess, is impressive. But like, dude, I even said that. When are they gonna add microtransactions and skins to chess, or have some sort of thing where you have to earn the piece sets and earn the boards and stuff? I guess what I'm doing now is like every time I lose a game, I have to switch to the next one. Selectable perks you unlock. Perks act as a bonus modifier on the Hue points. As example, you start with Opportunist. When selected, it gives you extra Hue points. Hue Chess features 9 unlockable perks spread. It's not like they'll really help you though. Like, oh, they make it easier. They let you use the engine or something for one move or something. They did that in like the Queen's Gambit game, like where, oh, you get like a lifeline where you can get a tip from the game. That's like cheating in the middle of a game. The extension is 100% free. Why was it removed even? Obligatory ban mods. Whoops. That does seem interesting. What do I do in this position? Damn, that's actually a quality chess meme. Holy shit. Actually good. Yeah, maybe I'll look at that actually. Let me see. I don't know how it's going to interact with what I already have though. I don't want it to fuck up my current extension. Here, let me turn this off and then I'll try it. It's sad because so many of these things on this one that I'm using the stylus don't work anymore. And like, so unless somebody goes and updates them, it'll never work. Okay, let's try GitHub source code. Hue Chess. This would be pretty cool. Or I guess I could still do both at the same time. But this one would sort of usurp it because if it's already manually, like I have my little custom cursor and all this kind of stuff. I like how similar that is to an idea that I had though, too. Like, maybe it seems kind of basic, but so what would happen? Like, how would we know it's working? Okay, here we go. They want things built for chess. It would remove because chess does not like things built for chess. Is that really what it is? The politics between the sites, I guess. Welcome to Hue Chess. Hue Chess adds gamification elements to the chess. With this extension enabled, you'll earn Hue points every time you win a game. These points slightly change the color of your board and are used to track your Progress throughout each level. Discover exciting perks. Features a perk system that boosts the number of few points you earn for every win in exchange for competing for specific challenges on the chest. As you progress and gain levels in huge chests, you'll unlock new perks that provide different ways to accumulate even more points for your victories. Level up. Each level requires 100, and every level features a unique chessboard. Journey through 17 distinct levels, 9 unique perks, and complete the huge chest challenge. Use your perks. Click on the Hue game bar. Okay. Level 1, no perks selected. Accumulate points by winning games on LeChess. Current level 0 out of 100. Yeah, if this was on chess.com, you charge $4.99 for every skin or every board, which honestly I wouldn't even mind that, in the sense of, you know, some dedicated amount of effort that they put into doing that. Like, okay, I'll pay $1.99 for the fucking Halloween set if you keep it there forever. Earn additional 3 to 4 Hue points for winning a game after being up. Oh, so it'll just be like circumstantial stuff. After being up in material more than one move. No, everybody always just resigns on turn 1 as soon as they see that it's me playing. What if I don't even want to use that, though? Let's do a hard mode, no perk run. But no, let me get rid of this, maybe, if it's gonna... I want to see, like, if maybe it's doing something different here. Maybe it doesn't affect that. I don't know. I guess we can still do it, like, with the background, but I'll let this determine the board for now, since the board is not really that exciting anyway. Or wait, did it say it does the piece sets too, or just the board? If your LeChess board settings are out of sync... Yeah, I actually don't know what it's supposed to look like. Level 1 brown. I'll assume that that's correct. Or like, what if I disable it for a second just to see what would happen? I guess I can do that then. I'll just ignore the set, and so I'll just let it determine the board, which kind of makes up for the fact that a lot of the boards on here don't work anymore. In fact, I think none of them work on here. Which one was I using here? Chess icon brown. I think I was about to just do that. Look at how many fucking things I have in there too. That shows you how much I like these little cosmetics. It was removed. They want things. It just changes board color. Looks right to me. Okay. Yeah, that actually fits in perfectly because I already have the other things, but the boards are kind of getting boring. Controlled by this extension. Okay, here we go. Let's do the next game. And I wonder, like, how exactly they determine how many points you get. Is it like the same as your rating, or like every game just gives you a fixed amount? We are actually using the chess.com set because of how stupid, you know, whatever. It appears like a million times in the cosmetics that I have because there's so many ones that think it's doing something else. Like, it'll give you a board or it'll give you something else along with it. But for my purpose, I only need to use it once, really. So I kind of go alphabetical through all the different sets in there. All right, we got to redeem that last terrible loss. We got to be super fast because apparently that's what's important at this very low level where nobody knows what they're doing anyway. So it's pinned, but it's more than adequately covered. I'm just going to get impatient and start doing my pink flamingo cheat code again because that's really what it comes down to. I just play fast and draw and don't even worry about it. But now we're in a nightmare kind of game where you got to have at least one bishop that you can rely upon. So this square is absolutely rolled over, but the knights can kind of chill for the time being, I guess. What I wonder is... I definitely can't take it. I'll let them take, and then kind of see what happens. Do this to set up the anchor position, I guess. So a hardcore mode for this, like, if you lose a certain amount of times in a level, you reset your run, perhaps. Or is he gonna... Oh, he's gonna sack it. He's gonna sack it, I think. It just seems like one of those kind of positions where if you sack, there's like something incoming in a few moves. But of course, they're only 1,600 rated players, so they won't know how to do that. And of course, I don't know exactly what I'm saying, but just hypothetically, it seems like when you have this much material loaded up, you know, you got to make a play for it. I can't move that around, you just get owned here, so there's nothing really I can do about it. I guess I don't need the king to be there, though. Yeah, I could consider that, but I'm probably the standard should be I shouldn't lose that much no matter what. Like I'll try to see how it works as far as the amount of experience you get per win and stuff. Okay, so he's loading up the rarely seen triple stack, but lucky for me, it's even more rarely good. So it's sort of just fool's gold at a certain point. Let's see. This is such a dumb position because I can't figure out really. I should try to close this off at least. But I can't move the knight under any circumstance. I actually have no idea what this is. I don't think I've seen this exact position in like any game that I've ever played where they load up this hard in one direction. I'll just keep dancing around with the queen trying to pick up something. I don't need the queen to even be there. Like, as useless and stupid as the knight can be, it's not, you can't do anything about it. You'd have to push this all the way and I could still take, so you'd have to like push it with this there. Then I would take, and then you could do it. It's balanced for perk selection. I don't think I ever even thought of someone not taking any perks. Yeah, let's see how it works without them. And I can always do it later, but I mean, it's not like the, you know, I think of perks like they're gonna, oh, here we go. Here's the sack play, dude. Here we go. Okay, man. Why you gotta be like this? Why you gotta be like this, dude? Like, it's gonna help you in the middle of a game. Like, oh, my rooks are gonna do more damage now, or whatever, have an extra life. They have divine shield now or something. Like, that's how you think about a perk in an RPG. But of course, in the course of this, it couldn't do that because then that'd be cheating because it can't make the game any easier for you. Or you know what it could do is like certain cosmetics, like it doesn't show your clock at level 1, and now it will because you have to buy that as a perk. You have a perk that now shows the clock, and now it shows the next perk shows the coordinates, and the next perk shows the ratings or something like that. That would be kind of fun to unlock the features already on the site, but you kind of limit them otherwise. Now this is going to get absolutely steamrolled over to the point where I just lose the game because they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they. No, I think it's still fine. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. If you took the opportunist perk, you'd get more hue points because he's sacked. You'd be, yeah, that's true. Okay, we can at least escape from this now. I mean, in a way, it helps me because he doesn't know what he's doing. But if he was a good player, I would have gotten rolled over. So, problem is, none of this is going to actually be coverable in any way. He's going to come down and then... No, I can't even do that. Man, this position was just miserable from the beginning of the game. Next game, if you're getting attacked in a wing, counter in the center. Yeah, I wasn't even really trying to do anything. I was just like shocked by how quickly he loaded up. I don't understand how he played this. I love that about chess. Like, you could just be chilling. Like, I'm not even trying to do anything. I don't even mind if I lose necessarily in the long term. It's like, let me just do my little cute opening and just not, get this immense amount of pressure put on me. But this is a very good thing because the rook can't push it out. And the reason why is because you got the pawns there, so he's made some bad moves after being in such a good position, so... The problem is the rooks can't even be used here, so it's kind of a screwed thing. They would take, I would take. That's really, this bishop is just too much. They would take, I would take. I don't know what to do. I'm going to ruin this pawn structure here, just trying to block out the bishop, I guess. Earlier in the game, you could have stopped that by pushing d5. Yeah, this bishop is going to be way too good right now. It's still a fine position as far as I'm concerned, but that just assumes that he doesn't really know what he's doing. I predicted the sack play too. It just seemed like one of those kind of positions for it, but even now, it's still not that big of a deal. I'd be forced to take with this one if he does that. Okay, I'm not gonna take that. Or maybe I should. I have no idea. Everything's strategically on a dark square at least, so his light square bishop isn't that impactful now, but look at that expert level, you know, bishop avoidance, but it's not gonna do me much good. That allows him to undouble. I don't really care though. I just don't understand like what I'm even trying to do. They would take, I would take. This guy's style of play is very dangerous. Like if he knew what he was doing, I would have had no chance. And even now, like that's very bad because it's gonna be the same thing. I like how as soon as I say that, if he knew what he was doing, even if he doesn't know what he's doing, apparently. Look, dude. You're so annoying, bro. He's gonna go here, and then I'm gonna be screwed. You could give some sort of cheeky check there, but it's okay. I mean, as long as I can escape with the king a little bit. You come to here, it won't let you... what would that even do? That probably was a lot better. Okay, fine, bro, fine. I'm still not even that bothered. Like, how much am I down by? I'm only down -4. It's just the circumstance was so annoying. So now you could win a rook, I guess, or maybe not. It would check there, it's fine. What the fuck, man? I was on such a good streak, too. These last couple games I've been bad, so I won't find out how much experience I get from that, then. Okay, let's look at what the stupid opening was, though. Like, now I don't even have any more channel arts to use, so I guess I can't even play anymore. I'll go play on chess.com and try out the Halloween set, unironically. When could I have done d5? I don't really see when I had enough cover for it. I guess maybe I was supposed to go here and then do it. Like, is that what the engine's telling me? Go here. No, it just wants to move all pretty with all the different pawns. God damn it. We go on a good streak and now I'm back to where I was before, kind of. It's just so irritatingly time consuming to do this shit. Yeah, that seems like a fun idea. In fact, I should look at that Reddit more. They might have all kind of other modifications like that. Why did I feel like Anarchy Chess was the name of like a game that I had played before? It's that little piece set with the cute purple bombs and stuff that looks like something out of Binding of Isaac, but this is just like for memes, I guess. I'm a cat. Ask me anything and I will meow. What does that have to do with chess? White to mate in 1. You can do this. Some trained you for this moment. Low effort OC. Paul Waiter. Yeah, this could be a React form of content. It just has memes, but apparently it has quality mods too. Or oh, well, the point with that was it was originally posted somewhere else, right, to the chess.com from Reddit itself. So, but see, this doesn't mean it has to be chess.com. It's chess overall, right? But there might be a bias towards chess.com. Mormon mom gone wrong. Levy in the kitchen, not in Kitchen Nightmares. Oh, he's just probably one of the celebrity guests eating food. I was gonna say, list of top 10 players never to become a world champion. Paul Morphy, because it didn't exist at that time. Wait, let me check out that Halloween set, but I guess I'll explore into this later. For now, I won't use the perks, but I want to see how much experience you really get from some of these. It's bought by chess.com. Yeah, like how chess.com bought out chess24 too. Clearly, their biggest, most threatening competition that they had to monopolize on that. Like, you know, they would buy Lichess, I'm sure, if Lichess would do that, but which you might think, oh, they never would, but one day they might be tempted to with a juicy enough offer, just so, even though it's meant to be free, right? It would just be the only competition they really have. So all I really want to do is introducing streaks, play chess to build. Oh, I better take the Lichess at least out of my title though, because then I'll be hosted on there playing on chess.com. That doesn't feel right. Okay, so this is meant to be just a backup account because I'm not allowed to have an account on here because I failed my permanent challenge on here where I had to get to 1500 by whatever, like the end of last year, and I couldn't do it. Play chess to build a streak. Streaks increase each day, but if you miss 2 days in a row, you lose your streak. I just want to play like some other weird thing where I can test out the Halloween set. What should I be allowed to do? I mean, I'm allowed to do variants, but I totally forgot what variant I was on as part of my variant gauntlet. Let me think. I should be allowed to play a bot, I guess. Or I was doing like my permadeath bot challenge too. Which means I better not do that one. Wait, why does this look different then? Oh, they're kind of stacking them up, huh? You know what? Fine, let's just do one on a whim then. What's one that I guess that is still sort of an ongoing challenge. Let's just do this. Martin Kruger, and it even fits to have that set along with it. Don't sleep on Martin this month. He might scare up a win against you. Welcome to my nightmare. You're in my realm now. But you know what? Let's do somebody a little better because these ones are stupid. Like, I'm sure I can beat a 1750. Something's wrong with Anna Kremlin. Can you save her from the other world? This could be a real risk because, hello, this will be a fun game of chess. She's got to say it like that, C-H-A-S-S, because that's how it sounds when she says it. You got like a little pineapple bishop. They don't want, it's infiltrated by chess.com executives, any quality stuff for Lichess. They censor it. They don't want people to play on Lichess. You know, that sounds almost like a conspiracy theory type thing, but I wouldn't be surprised. You know, you're probably right. It just sounds so dumb, like why they would need to go that far and be that insecure. It's like a, you know, multi-million-dollar company is worried about a free site and they have to go so far as to infiltrate Reddit to stop it. Like, it just sounds like made up because of how absurd it is. Okay, we go ahead, recast. I better be careful though, because yeah, if I lose this, then my permanent bot challenge is over. I haven't played one of these bots in a while. I only played a few of them, and I was trying to cherry pick the lowest. I was trying to cherry pick the lowest rated ones, but for some reason I feel like a glutton for punishment now. I don't know what. I always hate these kind of moves because it's like. But see, this isn't a real 1750. These bot ratings are way off. Like, a real 750 would have already mated 1750 on here would have already fucking mated my ass by now or something because of how dumb it can be. Like, dude, I couldn't even get to 1500 on here. How am I supposed to fucking beat a 17? But I will do it because, You know, oh, these bots are so, like, can this Anna Kremling bot handle my little pink flamingo pawn structure, anchor pawn concept that nobody... You have been my friend in the cosmos. On this chessboard, you are my enemy. I don't even know who you are. You don't even look like Anna, really. I mean, I guess that's the point. That's the costume. But my costume would be Ray Enigma, because I always believe in, like, not doing face cam and stuff like that. This seems stupid, but it's just my ideal pawn structure nonetheless. Everything seems reasonable with this position. You have great vision, but I'd be even better. But it'd be even better with button eyes. I have harnessed the shadows that stride from world to world. You know that any of those popular chess streamers have exclusivity contracts with chess.com. Ever watched the chess.com streamers? None of them ever mention Lichess. They never play on Lichess. I guess I haven't seen too many people like that. I feel like the big ones just do whatever they want, though. Like Hikaru. I've seen Hikaru play on Lichess. He probably just doesn't care about an exclusive contract or whatever. But I don't know about the Botez sisters. Actually, they might be like that. To be honest, I had never heard of Lichess before. I had even streamed chess in the past, like on my old channel, 2015 period. I didn't even know, like, when did Lichess come out? Basically, I never even knew it existed. People kept telling me, "Oh, you should check it out. You should check it out." Like at the beginning of 2022, I had never even heard anybody mention it before for some reason. It probably caught on a little bit after when I was doing it the first time, but once in a blue moon he plays, but most of the time chess.com is in their contracts. I guess so. I mean, they pay the bills. Lichess isn't going to pay you because they don't make money anyway. Okay, let's see. We could do a simple trade here. Like, see, no, dude, you insult 1750s on here. Do you know what a 1750 on this site is like? Because I don't think you do. And that's even me being humble. Like, there's no fucking way. Dude, I would have been mated like 3 times. Maybe I'm exaggerating a little, but the point is it would be very different. Like, it's not like this at all. It's too comfortable. It wouldn't be this comfortable for me. I don't know what I'm doing with this either. Let's see how the pawn structure just fries their little AI brain. Through endless twilights, I dreamed and waited for an opponent like you. Well, that sounds like an awfully... you're going to be awfully disappointed. You can go here. They would take, I would take. I really don't see the point, but... You got to do something with the knight. Point is, if you move that, I could double take, which isn't a big deal at all, and I arguably don't even want to do it. Oh yeah, this is the kind of cute move you can make here. And the reason why is because... Does it not work or something? What? But how? How does that... Okay, I'm talking shit about the bot and you're doing that. But it doesn't even matter. It's a +2. I don't know what just happened. And then they'll be able to do this. Okay, go ahead, do it. Like, oh, you'll do this, man. You're such a clown. Okay, how about I do like that? So now, if you... get out of the pin. Somehow, I don't like that, though, because if I go here, there's going to be another problem. If I go there, I'm still pinned. I guess I could go here. I want to do this somehow. But then I'd just be pinning the knight, but at least I would take. So if they take, I take. They take, I still take. I guess that's fine. Or now, they could have done something as if to take that. Okay, it's still not a bad position, but that was a little freaky what they did there. This is fine. This is fine. They'll go like that, and then I'll just raise it. They're just not putting enough pressure, although I shouldn't talk too much shit. It's like adaptive AI that's gonna, punish me for my shit talk. If I go here, it's gonna be pinned again. It's double attack. There's no way to actually cover it, or there is. You go back here with the knight. This is the kind of way that I look at chess sometimes too. It's where it's like it's too comfortable. Like it still feels like I'm gonna be made to eat my words at some point here, but it doesn't feel like anybody's ever really gonna win the game. It could easily be a draw. It could drag out. I guess I'm afraid of that a little bit because after all this trouble, it's gonna be back to the pin situation. So if I raise it like this, the knight is pinned. There's nothing you can really do to the knight, so maybe it's okay for now. But I also don't see the point in moving it there. So what I could do is I could do that for now and then figure out, like, I'm sure they're going to do exactly what I expect them to do. So it's a difference of a little pawn there, which isn't that big of a deal. They would take, I would take, but even taking with the knight now is bad because they wouldn't expect me to do this, which I probably shouldn't do. In fact, it doesn't really work because it's gonna... Wait, what? Okay, am I really gonna lose this? Imagine if you could put a knight on d6. Okay, I totally wasn't even paying attention to that. I can still draw it, probably. Okay, look, dude, I'm making this bot look better than what it is, too. But if it was an actual player, they would have been even better than that. This one shouldn't count because this is one of the monthly... But no, I did kind of count those. So if you go here, what are you gonna do? You have that. What the fuck happened, dude? I'm talking so much shit about the bots. You can't give them any opening like that. I mean... 1750 on chess.com is pretty strong. I remember 1500 being like 1800 a few years back. I'm very confused, actually. That's kind of not what I was expecting. Congrats, you're Swedish now, and there is no escape. That's my punishment for losing. Are you fucking serious? So I guess I failed my challenge. I forget what the punishment was even supposed to be or whatever. That maybe I lose this account too, or I don't even play on here, but at least I tried the little Halloween set, which I barely was even appreciating in that moment. Wait, it said somebody wants to play. Was that just now? Game already started. But no, the problem is that, yeah, I can't even remember what my format was supposed to be. Like, where's my art for it? Let me see if I can find it. Destiny, this, WoW, Arc. It was from a while ago. 49, permanent. Must have been before that, like 48 maybe. 47. These are all over the place. Yeah, there it is. Permadeath bot challenge. So I guess we just failed it because, again, I wasn't cherry picking with I had a sense of honor and I actually wanted to play a higher rated one because I was getting bored of some of the shitty ones. But I guess I'll say that I failed it there. And I don't know what the reset condition for it would be. So now I shouldn't be allowed to play on here at all. But I still have the permadeath variants to potentially do. It's a cool say. Yeah, it was okay. Okay, let me go back on chess.com now in a second, and we'll try to get some levels with that Hue challenge. That was actually pretty good karma for me talking shit about the bot. But the assumption is I couldn't beat a 1750. Well, I have beaten people like that before, but generally speaking, I couldn't beat a 1750 very easily on there anyway, but it would probably just be a lot worse. No, like I'm saying, I get my ass beat by 1500s if it's not a provisional, entry level player, a legitimate 1500 who's not just made a new account. I would never be able to beat them anyway. Right? I'd get absolutely rolled over. So it's a case where that's still not as good. So it's amazing how incorrect that actually is, too. Does that mean that, oh, people are cheaters? Or does that mean just that the bots aren't tuned right? You might think it's just a silly color change. No, I actually kind of like stuff like that. But then if a top GM picks up the idea, you can speed run it. Maybe it explodes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of fun things like that you could do. Which is not what chess.com would want. Yeah, I guess they are worried about that. Or no, like I even love the add-on. So I have that stylist mod that lets you have all these custom piece sets. So like there's literally hundreds of them. Or I was even going to make my own where it's just like, that's something you can't do on chess.com because they consider it to be cheating or something, right? That you can kind of hack in and mess with the piece sets and all, but I don't see how it really helps you. I have to go all the way through my channel art back to the beginning. This is kind of my punishment for losing too many games. I'll just do like one more though, I guess. Like one more art worth. But I may as well do, like, I always upload it in sets of 5, I guess. What I wanted to do was, or what I was doing earlier with this was like, I would go through and react to the clip that it corresponds to, so I could kind of do a little nostalgia trip on all the videos I posted, but I haven't really had time to do that, so instead I just keep using them, but I guess I could always go back and do it. It's just some random thing to sort of give context to it. As far as like, you're playing for something, even if it's just the ability to use the thumbnail, for longer that you have. So we're like, you got a Paper Mario one, we got an NBA 2K one. That was actually going to be my next permanent multiplayer gauntlet too, like where I play, go through every team and NBA, like a new NBA 2K, and then I, do it like that. It's amazing how my thumbnails have evolved too, like where they were so low effort and so shitty, and now where they're actually a little bit more elaborate. Because I never really uploaded to YouTube in my past channel. Okay, now we should be good to go. Or no, I have to go on Flickr. I'm not showing any of this just in case it shows some sensitive stuff. But yeah, they destroyed Chess24. That's how you know that chess.com is taking over, because clearly that was such a threat. But it maybe was still the biggest threat that they could do, like the next biggest one. In terms of, like what's the next site? If you're not playing on Lichess or chess.com, then what's the other one that you care about? And the answer is there really isn't one. Chess Kid, I guess. I'm doing my permadeath site thing, like where I'm going through, I play on every site, make a new account and play until I lose a game, which you could consider that almost like a speed run, but it's not like I'm a very good player such that I could do that. So I'm bullying little kids on a account that's illegal because I'm not even allowed to play on there if I'm not a kid myself, and then I still end up losing at some point. That was a pretty fun idea, but then a lot of those sites, either you just couldn't find matches, or there weren't enough sites that are actually good for that, like Red Hot Pawn. I love the name of it, but I couldn't actually find anybody to do. You can upload 914 more photos or videos. Really? There's a limit to this shit? Okay, let's see what we got here. I haven't had to change this in a while, not just because I've been doing well, but because I hadn't played chess in a while here. So we got through all the Danganronpa ones, which I only had like 5 clips for it. So now this will be all assorted stuff. Okay, let's see what we got here. Visible to everyone. I don't want that. Only you. It's just so random too. Like nobody would understand. Like what the fuck am I looking at with this background that has nothing to do with chess and has nothing to do with really anything, or it's like very specific context that you wouldn't even get otherwise. So this one is, I guess this one sort of aged somewhat well. It's like a take where I'm predicting. Let's see here. Yeah, I'll leave that one on for the boards, but what I'll do is I will. Oh, don't tell me it logged me out. Oh, come on. Or wait, it keeps that even if you're logged out. God damn it, hang on. Because like my thing requires an authenticator, so I have to go through all this trouble. Check your email. Then I have to get a text on my phone for my YouTube. It's like a whole comedy of errors. That okay, at least it's saved at that time. If you did it recently, it doesn't make you worry about it. Okay, so I'll still keep doing the art and the piece sets, but I won't do the boards because they weren't really that interesting anyway, since they ruined this add-on. Doesn't work if you're logged out, you won't get experience. They don't want Lichess 100% gone because then they can get in legal trouble for running a monopoly. Yeah, especially if that's the only one left. You think it's just oh no, I read that. Okay, let's see what we got here. So that ripped to Kyoko, but there's one more clip actually that came I think much later, or was that one before? I think that one was before, where it's like one of my in-character RP quotes, one of my favorite ones, like from all my short stories and stuff. It was the, what is it, like, I don't look at people, I see through them. I could use that in chess. Like, I don't look at positions, I see through them. Like for somebody who's like, it's like a certain character type. I guess it's hard to explain. Like I have no need to look, like somebody who doesn't like to make eye contact. So it's like I don't need to look at people when I can already see through them. So this is NBA 2K, and I'm making that prediction that year. This is like a couple years back. They have 6 or 7 guys who could be all-stars, and it's like a much better team than what you think, which is sort of validated by the fact that they upset a lot of teams and they whatever made the finals the one year and stuff. But whatever. I mean, they made it again. They made it that one year that surprised everybody, and then they made it and lost to the Nuggets, obviously, in 23. So, but yeah, that maybe didn't age super well, but this is a very balanced team. So that's the background. What do I have to do? I have to change the set now. We did the chess.com one. So it'll be, where is it? Chess.com, brown. This will be the same shit, though. I don't care about the board that way. Some of this stuff will conflict with it, too, because, you know, if I was to choose a board on here anyway. Chess.com, green. Chess Arena. This one I like, but the white is kind of too light, where you almost can't even see it. Right? It's like transparent white. Especially with some other boards that aren't as dark as this one, it could fuck up. Alright, let's try to redeem some of this shit. As far as, all I want to do is get back to 17, but that's going to take me a lifetime now. Okay, we'll put that back in. Try to get my first win with this mod. I do like this set, though, if not for the overly transparent whiteness of it. Loser 1970. Oh, he's 1771 though. What is this, dude? That's one point of negativity I can say about this site, is that the matchmaking is sometimes busted like that because maybe they have less players to draw from or whatever. But I would rather wait a little bit longer. That's pretty unfair. That happens more so in classical because less people play that, but I shouldn't be afraid, but I don't know. I don't have the confidence level. Like, I've beaten people like this before. It's just now is not really the time where I should be worrying about that. Sure, I'll just trade everything. It's fine. So we both have a light square bishop. We both have the knights. in such a way that it's pretty even, everything's fine. I don't know what this knight is really doing there. Man, I was on such a good streak. I always do that. Like, I either get overconfident or I just start to fuck up somehow. See, that seems like a good move because, like, oh, you're trying to develop, you know, organically. But realistically, I probably would have wanted it to be underneath, like in there. Right, if I do this and put it there. Sometimes I care too much about, oh, my little cute aesthetic pawns, like it really matters or something. So if I do it here, it doesn't really work or make a whole lot of sense. Yeah, I wish that one game was more popular, the Battle Chess Evolved. That's what I was thinking of, maybe when or some other game, when he mentioned even Anarchy Chess. I'm not thinking of the Reddit, I'm thinking of like a game like that that's based around something, you know, some other mechanic. So now this is always what ruins me, because I struggle with the whole kingside pawn pushes that I'm surprised he's so willing to do, though, just like this. The way to punish it is to attack, but I'm not the attacking type of player, so then I end up just not doing anything with it. Now the whole concept with this is if you push it, I can go here. If you go here, then I wait. So you got to kind of do it reactively. You go here, which means I can't take, nor can I even move it. And if I do this, then it opens up to this. So it's going to be a little bit of a back and forth shenanigans going on here. If I go here now, then if you raise, I can raise. If you go here, I can go here. So that's kind of how I try to deal with it, at least. It doesn't really bother me. But I can totally beat this guy too, but the problem is it might come down to me getting flagged. No, I like that comparison too, though. Compare a sport to the game of chess. Like, oh, sports are mindless and they're based on athletic ability, but actually, sports are more technically, strategically complicated than chess by far. You know how you know that? Because there's far more activity going on. Every second, there's a play, a move, a strategy, whereas instead here, it's like, you know, we've made 16 moves so far, right? Or 32 moves if you want to consider it. How many moves are happening in a play in a game, in a sports game, over the course of an hour, whatever, like thousands of decisions, millions of, you know, little micro choices choices that you're making. So you don't realize that chess is so severely limited that way, because people always want to sort of simp for it and be such little clowns about how complicated it is, supposedly. So I don't know what the fuck is going on with this, dude. You go here, you go here, you go here, take. I just don't even know. I guess you can't go here anymore because if you go here, I go here, but then you can still wait. It's such an overly aggressive fucking thing to do. Where this might actually be the best choice somehow. If you keep going, I can raise. If you keep going, I can't really raise that effectively at all. Attack his center. Yeah, my problem is I don't really attack at all, ever. I try to outlast whatever they're doing, and then I do it. I'm not good at initiating stuff. This will open up the center, but I'm not sure it really benefits me because his rook is right there. In terms of, you know, you could just bring it, take the open file. It's not too bad of a position now, actually. I feel comfortable with this just because these pawns can't really do as much now. This is okay because if you try to push it out, I can just take. You can look for a little cute play like this as well. And so you're going there, which that doesn't seem to matter a whole lot. What can you do to cover the knight itself? And the answer is not a whole lot. What is this? I mean, you could do it. You could do it because if I take, you take, and then I take. So technically I could do it. The problem is I don't trust myself in that kind of position. That might be the technically correct move to make, and I hate to say it, but because you have no choice, you have to do it. You gotta work on that, be more aggressive, otherwise they will yeah, but I feel like I have to really know what I'm doing otherwise. If you let them have their way. I'm usually pretty good about that though. I will sort of like survive a threat and then I'll strike back. Like I'm more defensive that way. So you could go here and I could take it. I so badly want to do this, but because I double take the rooks and I lose the queen and I wouldn't lose the bishop. Okay, fine. I know it's probably the right move to make because the knight isn't even threatening anything as a result of doing that. So now if I play it really well and really perfectly, I could win or I could draw, but I won't. This stupid ass knight is just in the way the whole fucking game too. This could be like a very strong octopus knight position, and so you have the ability to... I have to be very precise now. This is actually my kind of position. Well, I don't typically like doing that trade though for the queen. The queen for 2 rooks. But see, that was a very unique kind of situation to be in. His pawn is hit. Yeah, this could be very good, and just have to manage the rooks very well. The queen can become a liability sometimes here because it's just too much of a target getting pushed around sometimes where, well, not really though. If he has to be more aggressive with it though to make its value really be felt. I don't even agree with the whole thing of like, oh, you know, 2 rooks is +1 over the queen because the queen can be... Okay, dude, what is this shit? The queen can be so dynamic where, you know, this could be a cute play, and the reason why is because you can't take it, but I might be overly eager in this effect because he's gonna punish me somehow. And you would think I should get a lot if I win this too, but it hasn't been like that where yeah, you move to there, so your move is gonna be, well, first of all, you're just doing that. Let's see. My thing is gonna be damn near trapped in a way that I don't like. Because you're gonna give a check. Okay. And now this could become a problem too, is become a passed pawn. So see, that's my one move where I try to do something a little aggressive. But if I go here, I can go here, but it's not gonna be covered. So you're gonna punish me somehow that way. Like, maybe it's worth it to do this because you have... I can see the writing on the wall that I'm probably going to lose that, and I can also see that it could become a passed pawn. So because of those contingencies, now you realize that probably that was okay, and I'm still +1, even though it seems kind of dumb. Let's see what we got here. This would be... Actually, man, how did these positions fucking materialize? This would be mate, if not... Oh, he's just way ahead of the fucking thing, dude. He doesn't give a shit. Do I have to trade down again, bro? Because this seems fucked. If they take their... Like, why am I having to go against these matchups, though? Like, why is this a thing I should have to worry about? What is this, PvZ Heroes, where I have to face a rank 50 and break my rhythm when I'm doing well or on a streak when I'm only, like, rank 30 myself? Like, why should I have to deal with this right now? I can still do it most of the time, but... I'll just sack for it if I have to, man. Then he's gonna get some easy check and be able to take something. Okay, if you take there, I'm done for. Because you're gonna be able to... If I go here, for example, I can't go there because you would already do it. And I'm getting low on time. Like, this is just so stupid, man. Okay, that one's fine, so I don't care. Let's just go here. And... the knight is okay. So even now, he's only +1. And it's 2 pieces versus 1, which could be a good thing or could be a bad thing. I don't know. You can't really afford to lose these pawns, but I'm probably going to. This is a passed pawn. It's not as easy as you might think, probably, for him to do this. But he's also faster. I have a killer tactic. I'm obviously missing everything. You could keep doing this for a 3-fold repetition. I would almost welcome it. You're up material again. If you have opportunities, you'd be experienced for winning. Yeah, I don't think I'm necessarily going to win anyway, but I maybe should have given a check there. You could try to go here. It just seems like a very drawish position. Okay, fuck you, dude. You're going to be all cute about the fact that... You're going to be cute about the fact that you can... Now, am I going to get mated if I let this happen? And the answer is... I don't know. I have less than a minute, so once again, it comes down more so... Again, I'm only -1. It comes down more so to time than anything else, which is extremely stupid. They can take here, which I don't even care about. It's just so unfun how some of these games go. The way to solve it is to play classical, really. Because again, then if I lose then, even with 20 minutes left or whatever, that's my fault. But here it's like, I'm doing okay. And it's just like, it doesn't matter because this is just stupid. There could be something dumb, though, that happens. Like, you go here and then I get fucked because... Not really, though, because you could go back to cover it. But then you're going to give a check and take it or something. As much as we like Lichess, I don't respect the fact that some of these matchups do happen. I mean, it's already over in the sense that, like, I can't even take that because it's going to be the same shit. Like, I already know what's going to happen to him. Did well, given the circuit. Yeah, but I shouldn't use that as an excuse either. And based on that, I shouldn't lose any rating either, but I somehow will. I just give a spam check, something good could maybe happen. You could try to do this. He'll take there. I mean, I don't know why I'm thinking so long there. All I want to do is get the knight to a safe outpost too, but it's not really seemingly happening. You got to use their time to think, right? But you don't necessarily know what they're going to do either. There is no easy clear win condition for him though either, unless he can like give a check and take my rook, which isn't clear that that's going to happen. Okay, dude. That is exactly what happened. This is so fucking stupid. I actually hate the way that I'm losing these because 2 of them have been on time. And I lose 5. Like, that's way too much, bro, for 130 rating. Because then when I win a game against somebody, like around my rating, it's like only 7 or something. So it should be a bigger disparity. It should be like 3 or something. He might blunder. Yeah, that would only happen though if the time was reversed. Then I could, you know, hope for that. Use a knight to fork. Yeah, I don't think I had the chance. All right, let's do another one just to fucking. I want to try to see something from this add-on. Like, yeah, I just want to see what happens if I win a game. How does it convey it to me here? I'll change the art. This will be the last one though for sure. Just annoying because I was on such a good streak for a little bit there. Which that probably doesn't have anything to do with like, oh, I hadn't played in a little bit, and so it's giving me like easier opponents. I don't think that has any overlap. Maybe I'm gaining a little bit more for winning those games, but let's do the next art and the next little piece set here. So this art is you're really playing with fire because we're in the Mount Lava, whatever, the 5th level of Paper Mario. It's quite a perilous approach because I do get down to 1 health and I have that little peril badge. And this is the guy who's getting whatever burned by the lava all the time like a clown. This is kind of a cool extrapolation on the art because this isn't actually a scene from the game. It's like the beginning area from the volcano where like you're just going across, but I'm making it look like, oh, you're going over the boss to get to the star, right? In a kind of a literal sense. Let's see. So we did that. We'll just change the set. It's like very rough, but the idea behind it is pretty good. Or sometimes my problem with them is I would make them super elaborate where you wouldn't be able to understand them. Like it's just a little dinky thumbnail that you can barely see. And so obviously, you know, when it's that small, nobody would even appreciate it. So this one is going to override the board too. So I guess that's too bad, but we can still level up and make progress at it nonetheless. Thing with the chances eventually you'll start winning. That's always a guarantee. Eventually you'll get people you can beat. I mean, that should happen no matter what, but yeah, I'm surprised that happens in Rapid though. I would always play Classical and I wouldn't be as surprised when that would happen, but or you'd get a matchup that's like 100 points lower, 100 points higher. Like, see, this is normal, so I can't complain about that. That's fine. If you win the board, probably won't change. Yeah, I'm not sure how that'll work now. Because I'm doing it mainly for the piece set, not for the board. So this is like from some old school video game, I guess, like from whatever. Okay, let's just set up for my basic Darkspur Bishop here. Chess Master. Yeah, I don't know what that really was for. Atari chess or like some other. Yeah, let's look up some lore actually. I guess it could have just been for the computer. Ubisoft. Video game series currently owned and developed by Ubisoft. Chess Master 2000. Platforms. Yeah. Apple, Atari, Commodore, DOS, Amiga. Holy shit. Everything. So the light square little pawn structure is what I should go for here. With my classic little V shape. That could be very beautiful. Just don't go here. Remember seeing my grandfather play Chess Master 2000. Looks like Super Nintendo one. Yeah, like the proportion of the pieces is a little weird at times. I like how it looks, but it looks like a little stretched out. Like the bishops especially look weird. Right, like they're not normally this wide. That's fine, I guess. Thanks for the follow. That was for the DOS. Or yeah, that was another format I tried to do, but then I got bored of it very quickly. Like I tried playing old school chess games, like video games, but none, unless they have a multiplayer option, I don't really enjoy it. If there's no ego, what's the point in even playing chess? So we can go here for the little trick bait play if they make a mistake like that. This is actually a good octopus knight position. Oh, shit. Well, they won't get... Well, I kind of fucked up a little there. I could self-pin for now. The problem is you need to cover that and you can't... Oh, I guess all I could do is just move it and then I can move the knight itself. I don't have to worry too much. The pieces. I mean, you can still try to beat those engines. I think SNES is like 1500 ELO. Yeah, I find it so boring to play against AI though sometimes. We have multiple good octopus knight positions, so it's a dream come true for the knight. But I don't know. I can never guarantee their safety for a long period of time, but this is still good. And we also have... I want to make this move just to compel the trade, which they still don't even have to do, but they have to let me do it at least. It's the old bait, like if they take, then I could take, and then I could come in here, and then I could probably mate. But even then, not really. Let's see what we got. Let's just do it. They're surely not going to do that. Did you take a break? Yeah, I did take a break for about a month, probably. Well, that was just to do a challenge of mine. But generally, I've been playing it pretty regularly the last couple years. So they're not going to take that, but whatever. I can easily trade. The biggest concern for me now is just time, because that's the only way I've been losing some of these. That makes it look like a tear effect in his eye almost. That little blue icon. I mean, he already has the tear effect coming down there. Okay, we'll just take Look how beautiful and aesthetic this is. So there's got to be... Okay, dude. This is the kind of shit I've been looking for. How do you do that, bro? How are you 1600 after some of the shit I go through in these games? How does that happen? It's to the point where I almost don't even enjoy it because you see the kind of shit I'm losing to. It's almost a bad message that it sends because it's like, if I can do that now, I'm never gonna really try hard or learn because it's like it's too easy. When you win, it's too easy, and when you lose, it's like you never had a chance. So what am I really getting out of it? 1100, and you saw that. For a moment, I thought you were playing against a computer because of the art. If knight takes, that's a blunder. Bishop fork. If bishop trade and kick, possible fork. Yeah, I'm just more so in disbelief that anybody would even do that. But okay, let's go here. Yeah, like I totally missed that too. And did I lose that one game? Yeah, I think that not the higher rated player, but the other one. He gave up his rook for free, but I didn't believe that he would have done that, so I didn't even consider it. Like, I'm even looking at it and saying, oh, I don't want to give up my queen for 2 rooks, even though that's a good trade too, even the way I somehow saw it. So sometimes you're not seeing stuff just because you don't think they would do it. You're giving them like too much credit, basically. Sometimes that happens even with GMs. Like, oh, a GM would never blunder this piece. So then when they do, they don't. It's like some inverse of the boy who cried wolf effect or something. You would never actually make that mistake. So then when they do, you're not even expecting it. So you won't even see it. So can you do anything about this? I'm not even sure. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, here we go. Total Hue earned 13 points. But it wouldn't really change the board just like that, right? You'd have to level up all the way. Or maybe it said like, oh, it subtly changes over time, like every couple. Okay, so that was actually a pretty good gain. 8 rating for that equal matchup. It did though? Or what? Did it change it even in the context of what I'm looking at? Like, it'll change even the one that goes along with this? I have no idea. I didn't notice if that's the case, but whatever. We'll see it when we get to it. As far as how it would have changed on the proper brown one. That makes no sense though. How would it interact with this when this board is not the one that you're actually supposed to be using according to the mod? It's like bugging out. For being gaslight. I don't know. I'm gonna break the whole mod by doing this. Because I'm using, it was a light green, now it's a darker green. That's amazing. So each one of these will interact with it in its own way. No, this has like sort of a cute retro nostalgic feel to it, even though I've never played the game. But yeah, the bishops are just too wide. Okay, everything's fine with this, although I guess I don't know exactly what I would do here. Like, you can go here. You always get in these like slightly uncomfortable positions where like I don't know exactly what to do with them. I could go behind there, but there's always going to be something annoying about it. Like, if I go here now, I can't protect that. Like, it's just annoying. Okay, damn, man, one matchup after another like this where they are a little higher, but I'm not intimidated. Yeah, sure, I can play viewers. I won't play in a rated game just for the authenticity of whatever, I don't want to feel like I'm either losing rating because of it or farming rating because of it to whatever extent. Now I'm screwed because I would have to move. I don't know what's happening, dude. Or no, maybe I'm wrong. I might have to move it, but it wouldn't matter because it would though. I don't know. They do that, then I move it. Then they'd move it again and then take the rook. After one win, the computer gives you a super GM. The kings are so fat. Like, why do I have to deal with these openings, bro? Like, just chill out for a little bit and then I can figure it out later. So they'll raise that and then I'll get taken there. So the goal would be really to castle. And the problem is that there's just too many things that are going to be threatened in an unneeded way. Let's see what he does as an expert 1731 that I was literally just 17 about 30 myself, like when I was last playing, and then I went on a bet. No, it wasn't like, oh, I did that and then I stopped playing and that's why I fell off. I just had a bad streak and then I stopped playing anyway around the same time. So they didn't punish me though with that at all. So that's surprising. They really didn't. Because the whole thing was some sneaky play with that. Maybe it wasn't that good. Like, let's just do that, get it over with. We can move this back. Oh my god. Okay, you're hitting there, which doesn't matter too much. I wanted to do this for some reason, which I guess I could do now, but then what I'd be losing is this pawn and it would turn into something with that, so let's not worry about it. You can do the cheeky little knight move here, then I'm forced to go back here. It would take, I would take. It just makes it kind of awkward because I want to develop this, but I also don't want to. I also don't want to leave the pawn in an awkward spot there. So you're hitting this, not a big deal. See, these positions always seem so comfortable. I mean, after I survive this stupid opening, but then something goes bad later on, or I don't know what happens. Or I start to have trouble on time. Why do I prefer Lichess? I don't really prefer it. I just happen to be playing on it right now. I played on chess.com a lot in the past. I've noticed a lot of higher rated, well, that's kind of a maybe fool's gold. The ratings are inflated, so they only seem higher rated, but they're actually not because it's like, if you're 15, if I'm 16 on here, I'm only like probably 14, 15 on there. But no, I tend to just do harsher permadeath challenges on chess.com, so I end up having to delete my account, so I'm forced to play on here as a secondary option. What am I trying to do with this? They would go there, but it doesn't matter, or they're double attacking that, so it's kind of a disaster on multiple levels where I don't know what to do with it. Just when in doubt, just do a cheeky little threat on the queen, I guess. So that shuts down that, and it protects that. So that might have been the best move. You're 1100. Yeah, exactly. It might not be that extreme after a while, but Thanks for the follow. But yeah, that's a funny correlation to make. I see higher rated players on there, but they're not really higher rated because or that's why they would like it. But whatever, it's free, and there's other reasons too why people respect it. I like it because of the ability to mod it and stuff with the custom presets and stuff like what we're using now. If I was playing on chess.com, I couldn't be doing this, which is not really to the credit of the site because it's not like the site made these. It's just more so it allows you to mod them. Like, it's like if a single player game lets you mod it or not, that would be the difference as far as like, or whatever, like one would charge you for mods or something. Knight d6 look annoying. Yeah, I mean, that is an Octopus Knight that I can't really do anything about. Unless I target that. The bishop is just in a weird spot this whole game. So I could either target this. Yeah, like how would you really save it? I don't think you can. There's sometimes these weird well, I guess you would just have to give up the knight's position overall. Or that. Which I'm happy with the trade. So unless you're trying to tell me his knight is going to be that impactful that that'll make the singular difference in the game, it is otherwise fairly even, but my bishop is just in purgatory the whole game, which is my own failure of development. That is a very odd move to make. I don't understand it at all, in fact. It's too bad I can't do like a proper unleash, but this is like the textbook. You know, if I could threaten something with the bishop, that would have been perfect. I don't understand what that does. Maybe this is just an even better Octopus Knight spot, but that might be just greedy. It could even be to the point where you'd almost be trapped if... Well, not really, but sometimes the knight can just get itself in trouble like that. I'll just use it as a chance to develop, but you can go back to where you already were, and if you do that, then... Oh, is that really... Well, that's more a consequence of my desire to develop the bishop than it is anything else. Like, I genuinely didn't even think of that. Now, if you move that, you can't give a check, so this could be very bad, is it not? No, but it's not, because you can move it and it's just still a trade. Whatever, it's even. I had the one pawn to spare, so I guess it's okay. Now, he's going to win, because the knight is going to be stronger than the bishop, in the one rare case that that's actually true. And so, that's okay, dude. It's like I already know that, but it's just... Because you can't play around the knight quite as well. So like, I would welcome the fact if he actually traded it. But he won't. These two pawns are really the relevant ones in the picture because he's trying to reroute to f6 or high. You could try to go behind here, but I can't. Such an even game, but then I sort of throw where I just get lazy and I'm like, oh, let's just trade everything, and it's just not meant to be. So you can't move that, so we got to put some pressure that would almost force you to do it, but I don't know how. The king can get her over there. That could be scary for him, I guess. And his king doesn't have a good way to really get in there. Let's actually go for it. They would take, I would take. I don't really care. Now, how do you protect this? You can't. You actually can't. So now the knight loses its cover too. Although I have to react to this still, because if I ignore it and... Okay, bro, come on. This is where the knight's liability... See, the knight is better in this position, but you have to actually know how to use it, which lower rated players aren't going to do, which I certainly don't know either, but... You know, at least I know my limits. That's the difference between me and him, is that he pretends like the knight is good, and I acknowledge that it's shit. I guess I could do this first, but I don't really want to do it at all. Like, I can take this, and it would be a transformative, game-changing kind of play to make, but I can't do it because of this stupid-ass knight. Now he'll come back again. Or now he can just do that, I guess. So everything I was working for was undone. That was really what was gonna potentially do it for me. Take, then he has a pass pawn. I can't do anything about it, probably. You could use your king to unhook the knight. That's just covering, so it doesn't bother me as much now. Let's just try to make something happen here. They would take, I would take. It wouldn't really do anything. Maybe it's just like my style of play that makes the game feel so boring sometimes like this, but it just feels like every game is like this, and now it's going to come down to something dumb like time or whatever. I feel like I would want him to move it because then I could target it with the bishop. Now I won't be able to target it ever, so how does that even help me? But this pawn was important, and I kind of fucked it up. It was like 10 moves ago. Alright, so now I pretty much lose on account of this, probably. I guess. If I go here, he has to target it somehow. And the king can't really target it super well. And I have a pass pawn here as well. So maybe I'm not in such a bad spot. The problem is there's not much mobility that you have here. In terms of there's just going to be a lot of back and forth movement. But the one thing I will say, for example, the knight can almost just not even move at all now. The reality is that the bishop's dead play moves where you just move back and look at it. Now it would almost be trapped, except it's not. But let's just pretend like we're going to go for it like this, though. If we go for it like this, we're able to realize that the knight is just kind of in purgatory here a bit. And so therefore you get to just keep going. Can't take. I highly doubt this is actually going to do anything, but that's covered there. See, he's sort of aimlessly flailing around with the knight. If you do this, it doesn't allow you to do anything different because I guess this would give me extra security for it, but I don't like the idea of even potentially letting him move with that. Now you do it, you could take the bishop itself. Wouldn't it be like too late by the time, like let's say you do that now, it should be too late for you to even do anything to stop this. So if you really want to, imagine the king was a queen, it's in the endgame, it's a very powerful piece, start chomping. Yeah, it should be able to stop some of these. This one maybe is guaranteed to go, but I don't know that. So let him have that, then I have this. Potentially. So, like, I can chase this if I need to. So these two are going to match for each other. And now his king's too far away. Should still be too far away. Yes, basic endgame principles with a 1700 rated player. Like, what the fuck is this, dude? I don't know. Or I should do that because now I could abandon this, and then go here. Fuck it. Basic king opposition. I shouldn't even need to do it, really. But theoretically, I could have taken that one. Like, let's get greedy and do it. Because now, by the time you're distracted by that, this could have been a really bad idea, actually. But this should just keep his king totally out of there, and it's already covered at the end. How the fuck did you lose that game, dude? And now it changes to blue, by which I mean it's meant to be probably something else. So it's taking on its own form of... It's a little weird that it does it every game. I thought it would be more like it would do it every level, but I guess the levels are slow, and they're even slower because I'm choosing not to do the perks. But see, why do I only get... Like, do the math. Yeah, I want to hear the explanation for this. Bro is 1731, and I got 9. But the last guy, I got 8, and he's only like 1640 something. Like, what? So a difference of 80 rating, 90 rating is only 1 point? And it's not like, oh, he's provisional or something. I think they were both experienced players who are, yeah. That makes no sense at all. More hue points, yeah. Let's just test it for a second. If I took off this thing, what would it be now? Or would it reset now? Because, yeah, this one isn't meant to be that color. Or maybe that one has its own internal hue thing. So it went from brown to green, I guess? Like, I'm so confused, actually. Or it even said brown, but I can't read it now, what it says. It still says brown. I have no idea. Level 1 brown. I may have just bugged it out altogether. But it's cool that it's changing anyway, so it doesn't matter. It gives you some variety that way. Although it's not really so much based on whether I'm winning or losing the way I was doing it before. It's not brown anymore. But it says like it's supposed to be. Yeah, let's just play basic. I seem to be doing a lot better when I play as white, actually. But I'm not the type to be aggressive or really take advantage of it regardless, so... The level name is brown? But you would think that would mean the color theme of it is brown, I guess, like different shades of brown. But maybe I'm wrong. Let's go here. Gotta go like this at some point. 1649. 18,000 games played, of course. Typical chess player. I would like to do that, but somehow, I don't know. I'll take, they'll take, I'll take. I'll just do a bloodbath trade as much as possible. Pin it down there, which I may live to regret that now because I could have taken that anytime I wanted. And now it could lead to the very awkward position that you're sometimes put into where you almost... Oh, God. I don't want to do that, but that's like the only way to deal with it because... I hate this pawn position here. Where it's like that almost makes me not want a queenside castle at all. So I should have just done that in the first place, which I wanted to do, but for some reason I'm trying to be all fancy and cute about it. So we'll go here. If he raises, I can also take... Not a terrible position, but the problem with it is that you... I wouldn't want a castle there now, but I'm doing it anyway. Each level has its own name. Brown, wood, wood 2, wood 3. Maple. I should probably remove those as they can be confusing. You using this mod is very useful. Oh, like I'm play testing it or something? Let's see what we got here. But yeah, just tell people don't use it with external add-ons because that could fuck it up. Or it could be interesting with the interactions too. But I don't even understand what's happening with that anymore because this may or may not be what it's meant to be, but this wasn't the original color. Like, the original color of what this is not the original color of what that was. Like, it was brown, but this one was something else. Now I've forgotten. So I don't know how it's interacting with that. There was something else that worked like that too, where there was some interaction that almost seemed like it wasn't meant to work that way, but it did anyway. It's fine when you level out, the board will change. Or if I lose a game, I'll have to change to a different set anyway, but that might come with its own coloration too, but I'm clearly never going to lose anyway. So if they take, I simply take. And we have this. Now, this seems cute, but it doesn't work because they would take, I would take, they would take, and then I wouldn't have a secondary take. Or they'll have some weird thing like with the check that they could potentially do. I shouldn't try to be too cute about it. But what you can do is you can... This seems totally unrelated to everything that's happening. I don't know why I'm even doing it, thinking about doing it. If I go here, they would take, I would take, they would take. Oh, I guess it would be fine because they would have to take in that exact order. So I guess yeah, the mod was obviously not meant to be interacting with other board themes. Definitely did not think about that when designing. Yeah, that's fine. I wouldn't expect that to be the case either. They take there. See, bro thinks he's doing something, but I thought I just calculated out. Oh, wait. Oh. Okay, I thought... Fuck. I thought that wouldn't be there for some reason. The fucking stupid ass knight. Ah. Fuck you, bro. This is what happens when I try to attack or do something, is that I do it in such a stupid way. Now this can become a problem too with respect to... He can't move that, so if I could attack it with something, it would be good, but it's just not. It's always self-inflicted. Like, I didn't have to do anything there. It's a fine, comfortable position yet again. Like, I'm trying to be too fancy or something. In fact, the mod almost does the opposite of what I was doing before. Whenever I lose a game, I would try to change the hue and the overall, you know, the overall board. So now it's the opposite. Whenever I win, it changes it. When I lose, it stays the same. Such is the nature of chess, where everything is just self-inflicted, where I don't have to do anything, but I, you know, I'm just trying to get fancy or something. You get experience board changes when you win, positive reinforcement. Let's see what we got here. If they take, I could take. I totally like calculated the whole thing out too, and then it somehow didn't happen the way I wanted it to. Okay, bro. I mean, that is seemingly a free piece. Now, even if you unleash this to try to take that, it's not a guarantee. But I'd have to like just win his rook for free or something of the sort. They could take, I could take. Yeah, I don't think he really cared too much about that either. Like, he probably knew that was hanging, but maybe he's just getting overconfident with the position he's in. So this is a little bit annoying for the actual thing here. Where the actual rook itself is not in a very free position. You wouldn't want to do that, but you probably wouldn't mind because you have, you know, you could afford to do it and it probably would be worth it because I'm so dwindled on material. That's very dangerous. There's not much we can do about it. Just too many pieces, dude. It's just too many pieces. You can pin it down. You can check. Why can't you just do it right now? Like, it's pretty much made. Yeah, I haven't gotten to stalemate in a while. That would almost be a good restitution for some of this shit. Okay, man, hurry up. This is a pass pawn. That's clearly gonna win me the game. Even if I could promote it, I'd still be -3. Yeah, bro lost to bootleg Anna Kramling over here. The Halloween one that ended my bot run. That was, yeah, see, now I lose 8 for that, which is not really even appropriate because that seems like too much. It should always be the same, shouldn't it? Like, if they gain 6 for beating me, I should lose 6 for losing to them. It should be the same ratio. So yeah, let me see what would happen if I change to the next one then. As far as the, so like we're at green now with this. And as far as this, it's like, that was Chessmaster 2000, this is Chessmaster 3. So it's still blue with that. So with a normal set, it would be green, is what we're supposedly on right now. Chess Arena. So yeah, this is Chessmaster 3000, and then we have the next art, which I probably won't even play another one now. Let me just see what it is. Yeah, this could be fun to mess around with, or it makes me just think there's probably so many other add-ons and weird stuff you can do that I've never really looked at. Although I always appreciated these different sets you can do. Right, so that just shows you the power of modding. Like, if you could play a game that allows you to mod versus a game that doesn't, that in itself is a positive. I guess that could be a single player versus multiplayer game argument where this is like me being salty. Mike Conley's hitting threes like crazy, and he's not a very good three-point shooter. And I'm like, yeah, he basically becomes Steph Curry, and I'm getting pissed the whole time because the guy knows his release really well or some shit like that. So yeah, we got Chessmaster 3000, we got that, and we got the blue board, which I don't even know whether to think that, like, so it would be green now, so it went from brown to something to green, but I don't know if that's even really what it's meant to be or if it's bugged out. So let's see what my record was overall. We got, wait, what? Wait, I didn't lose that many, did I? I guess maybe I did. I lost, win, win, loss. Really? Okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, so today I'm going to continue trying to get back to 1700. I had a good streak for a while there when I had first come back here after that month-long break from playing PvZ Heroes, or, you know, the challenge I was doing. But then I like if we look at it, look at like a month. Right, so we hadn't played. I mean, I'd obviously had a bad streak then, but then I had a good streak. Well, I guess generally we're pretty much still around the same area, but I've been on a little bit of a bad streak. So I discovered this new app or like an add-on that has like a leveling mechanic to it. So that'll be changing our boards every time we win a game, which you would think it would be more when you win when you get a level, but I'm doing a no perk run. All it's really doing is every time you win, it changes. When you don't win, it stays the same, and it's even interacting weirdly with my, with the actual custom sets that I use. So like normally I'm doing the permadeath rotation, like where whenever I lose a game, I have to change the background art, which this is like all my channel arts or thumbnails for videos on my channel, right? So I'll keep using this one until I lose, just random stuff. This is like something from NBA 2K, like where somebody was using Mike Conley and they were shooting like their Steph Curry or whatever. I'm salty about it. So I make the thumbnail like that. The piece set is going to be whatever, Chess Master. So I don't mind doing this, but it is sort of the inverse of what I was doing that way. Like normally it would be I would use a board until I lose. Right now it's I use a board until I win. Right? It's kind of goes a little bit against it, but I guess it's fine. So you're getting rewarded for winning by changing the board instead of getting punished for losing by having to change it. So in other words, like with the P set, like if I win 50 games in a row, I get to preserve the P set through all that, and it's kind of a memorable streak, and it's like, it kind of grows on you, and there's a certain value to that I like. But the extension of this too that you could do too is the same thing. Like, oh, once you get to level 2, you unlock a new P set, so now you can do that. Like how I was saying with cosmetics, whether sites are going to make it like where, oh, they're microtransactions. That could be one way of doing it. But the other way of doing it could just be, every 100 rating you get, you unlock a new cosmetic, like a piece set or a board. Or every game you win, or every level you get a new cosmetic, like a background, a piece set, a board, something like that. So that could be a very fun dynamic that you would make. Probably something you could see in single player chess games, like whatever, like that Queen's Gambit game I was playing or whatever. You play and save up your currency that you're earning in the game, and then you can buy like a new board or a new set or something like that. So whatever, it does have a lot of potential behind it. Where it's exactly the sort of thing I've talked about and questioned. The resolution of these pieces is not particularly great. About as good as my level play for now. But no, my tendency to create these boring positions is very strange, because it's like I could complain like, oh, chess is so drawish, blah blah blah, but also that just means you're playing it the right way. Now this is stupid because they are triple attacking it, but there's nothing I can really do. You could kind of do this and do the little bishop stagger, like I call it. So now they're forced to do it. Now this should be fine because you take, I take, you take, I take. Now you have this potential idea, which doesn't seem to have anything to do with it. There's always like a move here where you want to go like, oh, it'll like, well, it's not even stop though anymore. So like now you'll go here, then you'll force it to move, then you'll go back again, something like that. Then you'll come in here, but you can't. Now shouldn't I be able to do like this? So they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. And you take here, which at this point I almost can't even worry about that. I could go here, and that would allow me to basically still be covering it. I mean, normally you would want to do that. I mean, it's pretty obvious too what I was trying to do in that, but like that would happen. I don't know what, man. Some of these positions in the opening have just been so annoying. Where normally I would take longer, I would sort of take my time more with some of this. Like it should still be fine materially, but I don't like the way it's going. Wait, why would they do that? they make the opening so messy that even they don't understand what the fuck is going on. So you can never give them too much credit. You know, better players would always say that, like, well, this position favors them, and then I end up winning anyway because, yes, the position might favor them, but they don't understand the position either. Like, you always see that, like, where, yes, if you play like the engine, it's winning for white or it's winning for black, but they're not the engine and they don't know what they're doing, and even whether what they're doing is good or not is not really known to them. Which is maybe true for me too, but I have like a very defined philosophy that I go for. Like, I create these very simple, easy to calculate positions. I trade a lot. I'm not trying to attack a lot. I'm trying to sort of outlast them. I'm trying to win by attrition, which one way that you could win by attrition that I don't do or I can't do is where I basically would win on time, right? I can't do that because I'm too slow. So that part is kind of how a lot of high level games even go, because it's a case where a lot of high level games go that way, and the reason why they go that way is because it'll be two evenly matched masters who it's going to be a draw, but you drag it out, and instead of being a draw, somebody ends up flagging or making a mistake because of time, right? So it's a very artificial experience that almost can't even be called a game at all, in the sense that it's not a game because it's not, you know, it sort of plays itself. Like, nothing, there is no outcome. You have to kind of artificially create an outcome just because, oh, it's going to come down to time or something dumb like that. So somehow I was getting tilted, but now I'm in a good spot. So they were in a winning position. They were doing very well, but they fucked it up because they didn't know how to play it. And I always identify that even if I don't know how to play it either. Like, I'm not saying I could have done it right. I'm just saying that I could have, I'm trying to be all cute now. Technically, they can't do anything, and I could, like, unleash it into something. Which probably wouldn't be worth it because they would take both. See, this is like one of those cutesy moves. I'm getting cocky, and then it's going to come back to bite me because, oh, I think I'm so fancy. No, there's got to be all kind of fun. I'm almost curious to look up, like, Lichess RPG add-on or something. I don't know. That Anarchy Chess is where it was hosted on. With respect to... oh god, I have to fucking solve a Reddit thing. Yeah, my chess level is so good. That's why every site I go to, they think I'm a bot. Because only a bot could be this good. That's a new next level joke for the CAPTCHA. Whenever you have to solve one of those after a chess game, because they think... There was something like that I had to do. That it wasn't in chess, I don't think. It was like... What was it? It was some site where every time I would do something, they would make me solve one of those to make it seem like... to make sure that I'm a real person. It was like some typing speed test or something, I feel like. Because they couldn't believe how fast I was, so they wanted to make sure that I'm a real person or something. So yeah, we want to go back and get to 1700. But no, what I was looking at with that is, I want to see that... Wait, why didn't I have to do it now? I didn't do the CAPTCHA. Mazui to my software. So yeah, this guy was personally in my chat even telling me about this. It's Hugh Point Season. And Pizan bonus. No, this is the kind of thing that I absolutely love when I Call of Duty, where you can just make it more, you can make it more exciting. And there's like some sort of conspiracy that this reveals too, like, oh, this Reddit is biased towards chess.com because it has to do with Lichess. If, you know, I don't know. I charged $119 from chess.com, but this should be removed then too by that logic, because this is a chess.com favoring thing. You have Diamond, subscription auto-renewed. It's your fault for not canceling it. The chess beta, but see, why isn't this removed? I don't know. Interesting ideas of a perfect game, 100%. I analyzed. But no, like, similar kind of things like that, right? Like this custom set, like what you're doing here, it might seem stupid and silly, but what you're doing is you're trying to fully immerse yourself in the game, right? Where like it's not just the same repetitive bullshit over and over. Even though it is, that's how the game works. That's why they call it chess. You know, like it is repetitive bullshit, but you can still make it exciting in other ways, like custom sets and little in formats that you're doing. But the problem is that I was going to say, what does this have to do with chess? But it's just an ad. Something like that, that I don't know how to explain, like how you would be looking for this. There should be a category for stuff like that, like modifications. Because it seems like a cool idea, but there must already be stuff like that. There must be other things like that too that I'm just not aware of, and I don't know how I would go about really finding them. But yeah, like Chess Evolved Online is very cool with respect to some, you know, it has all these custom pieces and fantasy pieces and fairy pieces or whatever. All right, let me actually take this a little serious. I would be happy if I could get to about 17 now. It would take a number of games, but let's see. Go here, you take. If you don't take, it's fine. So the problem here is it becomes like which one really makes sense to keep. And the answer is I'm too tempted to take sometimes in such a way that, I don't know. This is okay because it covers that, I suppose. This is a little bit annoying if they do it. We can steal away his 1600 rating that he made. Yeah, see, this is the kind of shit. You know, I always say, like, I've played too many games, but they are... They are in a position of... where so many people I see have played far more games than even me. So even as embarrassing as it is, that like, oh, it's taken me, whatever. I haven't played that much outside of here, like chess.com a certain amount, but I haven't played in real life over the board, things like that very much at all. And so it's a little artificial in that way. So they'll take, then I'll take, then they'll take. So the knight itself is the issue here and the liability. And so the problem is there's nothing I can do about it because it's just going to be... It's going to be a case where you have, I can't move it. I guess I can do it like this. And I have to figure out a spot for the bishop. My pawns are a little fucked up. Sometimes that's a bad temptation. Like, oh, whenever there's a trade available, especially with the pawns, you just feel tempted to do it, period. Even though it's not good or you shouldn't do it. Right, you just want to do it just because. And my sort of trading temptation is like that, but it doesn't mean necessarily that it's good. They would take, I would still take. It seems like, oh, that was part of their plan. But what does it do? Because you trade. So what? It doesn't matter. I don't really get it. You'll do the trade. You won't get anything as a result of it that I can see. And so you'll go here, which is a little cute, I guess, but there's really nothing happening with this. So I want to develop this, but I don't see exactly where or how it's going. And so I'm playing like a little weird today. Like I'm getting overly confident and trying to do stuff I wouldn't normally do. Overly aggressive, which is really a bad idea because every time I try to do that, it ends badly. So you go here. There is no back rank even possibility because of that. They're hitting this, which is still adequately covered. And so I don't see still really what that does. If you go here, I can move away. I'll just take it. It's sort of like when you underestimate people. Like somebody wouldn't really blunder their pawn just like that, would they? And they don't, and it's all part of their plan. And by taking it, you end up losing because of it. But it's like, you know, it's a case where you know, you wouldn't expect them to make a mistake, but then they still do or something. Okay, we can bring this out, and thereby they could take this. So it's the kind of point, like, should I worry about the pawns, or should I just go for something bigger? Like, I don't know. Lost that one anyway, and so now, or it wouldn't have been, because if they had taken that, I would have taken this, which is maybe still the case. Or even this is still the case too. But now they can take the rook. Like, I don't want to worry about these other pieces, but sometimes that's more my mindset. Like, I'd rather let you take something and take it myself rather than anything else. Now, there is maybe a vague back rank possibility, but I'll do it anyway. You go here, this goes here, you just got to worry about that. I don't know what's happening. You're keeping the queen out of it in such a way that what the fuck? There's like no comfortable way actually to get out of there. This is what happens when you overextend. Like, there was no reason for me to really play like that. They take a pawn there, and then I just go here, and then it's just mate. Is what it should be, but it won't be. Because I don't know. They do that, they do this. Now, if you do this, I'm in trouble, but you're one step late. So if I didn't get that exact, you know what happened? It didn't change, did it? It's still the blue board. I really don't know what's happening with this at all, because it may very well be bugging out on the fact that I'm using a different sort of thing with it, which I'm not even meaning to do. I'm meaning to use the P set, but the P set doesn't matter. It's the fact that the P set comes with a board and you can't choose not to use that. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that was the last one I was using. No, I feel like I'm getting in a bad spot in some of these games where I got to be a little more careful in the opening or something. Oh, look at the 666. It's a bad omen, but not for me. You can go here, watch the little pin. If they're going to do it here, do this. Yeah, like openings are one of those. Openings and draws are the two things I feel like you kind of kid yourself if you like them, right? Nobody likes openings, nobody likes draws. So you kind of deal with them. They're like eating your vegetables. They taste bad, but they're good for you. Or like something else, like doing your homework. You want to just get that part over with, just so you can get to the actual good quality stuff that you enjoy. Yeah, I'm very confused about this. Is it? Wait, now it's purple though. I'm honestly baffled by it. Maybe it's just this is how it would normally work, but it just feels different maybe because of what I'm using on top of it. You go here, take, it's fine. You go here, stop the pin. So everything's fine. See, now I'm tempted just to do it, even if it's not the right move. They would take, I could go here. And I have to watch this, but I can't do it. Or wait, I could, no, I can't. Go here, I guess. It's not really a true pin at all. The best you could get is, okay, now they have to take with the pawn here because they can't take with this here. So it allows you to, but they're probably going to castle anyway. So as far as the pawns, you want to bring it here, but this becomes a little awkward because the knight, like whenever you have the knight and the pawn covering here, it messes up the little intentional pawn structure that you're trying to go for with the bishop pair itself. But yeah, this is a very fun idea, and it's the kind of thing I would almost have tried to do myself if I had any sort of knowledge in the area of making this stuff. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. I don't know what really that matters. Nothing is really under threat. You can go here, and then it's like, oh no, I'm getting forked. But if they took that, it wouldn't really matter, but I should probably move this anyway. So you have a case where I got to finish the development. The problem is, this is where the knight can be so annoying. Like, there's no quality square for the knight to even go to. Maybe like where the queen currently is now would be the only one. And then you also have the ability to do something with the Darkspire Bishop, which I don't know because of this stupid ass, you know, the knight messing up my ability to cover adequately on there. I'd be tempted to like go here, but then it creates a whole nother problem. Like, you get used to some of these things, like, oh, I did this one line in this one game and then it didn't end well, so now I know better than to try to do it again. There's really no quality square for this stupid ass knight to go. Where instead of just get in the way, because that move seemed like it could be potentially dangerous. Like, they unleashed that, now I could trade and they might trade back, but they might not. Like, I don't know exactly what is going to happen with it. So this I almost want to do just to trade something off, period. But I don't know exactly how. I guess I won't. I'll just let it sit here for now. Although you could bring it here. I don't even have to react to it, but I might want to. This guy has played how many games? When you played more games than what your rating is, that's how you know you're bad. At least up to a certain point, obviously. Like, have I played more than 1666 games by being 1666? Of course not. But, you know, once you get past 2000, then that becomes a moot point, because obviously getting from 2000 to 2100 is going to take you more than 100 games, possibly, or whatever, with the immense amount of time. That's where chess is like the emperor has no clothes, the king has no clothes fallacy. Like, oh, it's about innate genius. Also, anybody who is good is going to have played some obscene amount that they won't want to admit to, or when they do admit to it, it kind of makes it feel far less impressive. That doesn't mean it's not still valuable, but it means, like, if other people were to put in that much time, it might not be nearly as impressive that way. So now if you go here, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. So I can't even still do it. This guy's a little slow. And, you know, that's coming from me, where time is always my one weakness. So that's always the lesson in chess. You should try to play a lower level, but just try to play faster, and then you get away with it in terms of, you know, somehow that ends up being a viable style of play. You move this out of the way. I don't know exactly what I'm trying to do, or there is a cute little shenanigan there. So it's the kind of thing where I don't... I'm going too fast now, obviously. As I was just even saying, you should play slower, but... Oh, okay, that's bad for multiple reasons, then. Okay, dude. I'm even saying how I may be playing too fast, or how they're just slow, but... Like, I obviously was aware of that, because that's the whole reason why I said... So you win every game or draw every game unless you just lose it by your own volition, like just fucking... I may get something back here, but I don't even know, and I just hate those kind of unforced things. You might say that's the only reason why anyone ever makes a mistake, but, you know, if it's something much more nuanced, like a super long sequence of moves or something crazy, I can understand, but stuff like this is just kind of boring, lazy kind of dog shit. I don't know what, this game is a total fucking disaster anyway. So they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I don't know. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take. It wouldn't really make much of a difference. Oh, wow. And then sometimes it's not even that bad, but then you make it worse by doing that. And now it's gonna fucking waste my time, even when I want to lose. I don't like to resign, but it's still gonna fucking take an hour to actually end this shit. It's so unnecessary, man. So now the board won't change, but I'll have to change my other cosmetics. Like, I want you to do it, man. Won't even be enough time to bait for a stalemate when there's so many pawns here. So, like, I'm just doing fine, and then I do something totally unforced, totally unnecessary. I swear, it's like a boredom issue. Like, you get bored from the stale, repetitive positions that you see, especially in the opening. Like, it just doesn't, it's not really fun. And that leads to so many problems later on in chess, too. Like, the better you get, the more boring it is, arguably, because you get, you know, it'll be even more of a foregone conclusion, like the opening, and you know what's going to happen already. And it's like every game ends up being kind of the same. Okay, I have to go on my stupid Flickr thing. I don't know what number art this is. Probably like the second one, because I had to just redo it at some point yesterday. I'll change my P set, so we were at Chess Master 3000. So now the board is like green, which I assume is also part of whatever was happening with the mod itself. Chess World pieces. We did Chess Arena. Those look almost the same. Chess Arena versus Chess World. They look very similar. And then we have whatever this art is going to be. So that was number 3 already. How could I have gone through that many? Number 4 is going to be a lot of NBA 2K ones that I was doing towards the beginning of making my channel on here. This was sort of like whatever the boomer old school players, because I would always play as those historic teams I'm beating up on the younger teams, newer teams. So never underestimate the heart of it, because it's like Elgin Baylor, but oh wait, he's not even really a champion. So I can't even say that, but just like the boomer players beating up on the newer ones. So we changed that, we changed the piece set, we changed the, well, I guess I can't change the board, but now that should maybe be functioning actually properly. So it's fascinating that it's so different like that. Like, it still works and it still interacts with it, but it's not exactly clear how that happens. Okay, we go here. I just have to not go too fast. Seems to be my biggest weakness. Guru the Great. Guru G the Great. That's the biggest mistake maybe people make at a stage where, you know, they'll sort of, something you could easily see within a couple seconds, but you just won't take the time to actually do it. Now you're hitting this doesn't really do anything. Or just like the issue of trying to do too much at times where you feel like you're able to I don't know, like, you shouldn't really try to do anything because nothing's going to work anyway, because everything's just sort of repetitive, and whatever you're going to see, they're going to be able to see. So it becomes kind of annoying like that, which is sometimes mistaken for like, oh, a high level of play. Of course it's going to happen because they're both so good, but it's still a function of the game because you can see that at any level. Like, is this guy going to just blunder his queen and make some obvious mistake? Probably not. And so whatever you're doing is not going to be effective because it's going to be too obvious to them. Yeah, that's not too big of a deal because the knights are already or I guess maybe it is. They'd have to give up a rook to do this. This is a sort of pawn structure I hate doing, and I don't feel the need to really do it because they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. So it's like, it's not worth it for them to do it just to open the king itself. And now I don't need to do this, or maybe I do. It still wouldn't be worth it though, because think about what they'd be doing. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. Like, it doesn't really actually seem to matter a whole lot. If you, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, they would get like an extra pawn at the end of the sequence, basically. Doesn't really seem worth it. Right, they would just get that extra pawn there. Yeah, this is getting a little bit annoying. For the simple fact that you have, you could hit this here, I guess. I just really don't want to make that move, but I probably should do it. Okay, let's just get a 3-full repetition then now. Fuck it, dude. You can do the sequence. I just don't know that it's really that good. You'd have to give up a rook for a knight, basically, or... Okay, that's fine. But yeah, you get in that point where like everything is so obvious and basic, and it's not so much a function of how good the players are. It's just like it would happen no matter what at an even level, regardless of what level you're at. Which you would think, oh, that's true with most games, but most games, especially real-time games, would not operate that way. And the reason why is because I don't know what I'm doing. It might be worth it now because it'd be like a 6 for 5, but you still wouldn't want to give up the rook for the shitty thing here. Why can't I do that? Because they'll do some sort of unleash with the bishop itself, which I don't see a really good unleash that they can do. But let me see. I would take, they would take, I would take, and then they could unleash it wherever they want. It seems kind of dumb, but I don't know. Yeah, they could like pick up a pawn here, just getting back what they lost. See, this is like the simple 1 to 2 move calculation that if you do this at 1700, that should be good enough. Like, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. You're hitting that, which is okay. It's really not a big deal. And so you have, you can go here. It's just the kind of game you got to realize a few things. Like you have to have no respect for your time, or you have to play an obscene amount of time. You have to, once you realize that, that's fine. Then if you want to commit to that, it just kind of takes a lot of the mystique out of it for people, where they feel like if you can do that, then if you do that, then it's just not quite the same as how people portray it, I guess. You're going here. That is actually an interesting move. The amount that you're putting on this is insane. So they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. So that is a pretty good move. And so I don't know really what I can do about it. It's especially bad, I guess, because of the bishop. See, if only the knight could do something when there's so much shit around here, but the knight can't do anything about it. Like, what if I just sidestep the whole issue and let them have it? Yeah, and not only is the knight useless, but it just gets in the way in that sense too. Like, totally fucking useless eyesore, waste of space. It can't help with the situation in any way. It can only get in the way, and it can only serve as being a liability. Like, I never would blame any other piece for that. Like, oh, my own failure to use it optimally. Like, I don't have to do that with anything else. So why is it always the knight? It just sucks, and it's so unintuitive. And even at the highest level, it's suboptimal. At the lowest level, it's unintuitive. Like, it's just a trash fucking piece. That is a perfect example too, because it can't help with your situation, but not only is it not going to help, it's going to actively fucking subvert your whole thing and just be a lie. Like if it just wasn't there, that would have been fine, because I could have done the same thing and it would have been okay. But then I guess if I don't know what they would have done otherwise. It's not that bad of a spot, it's just kind of annoying. This bishop is sitting pretty here, not really doing anything, and so you have a case where I don't know what it really does for me. Goes back. I don't know what these pawns are doing. Something's gonna have to be traded here regardless. Everything's kind of on a light square for them, so they're strategically playing around the bishop. So the last two games, it's been sort of unforced errors. This one was at least a little more complicated. Like, the amount that they're loading up on here is a little weird on that pawn, that I'm surprised I allowed that to happen, or typically that doesn't happen. I have been playing faster, but maybe that's the whole issue, that they don't... isn't this the same shit you just did? I guess it's just covered now. But by that logic, why did they have to go back? Why couldn't they have just done that in the first place? They could have just moved it here anyway. If I go here, they have an unleash. If I go here, they could attack it, I guess. So maybe their time is going to be an issue for them, but generally that shouldn't be something I'm worried about. But sadly, that's the kind of stuff it will come down to, and always does for me. Which again, it's not a good excuse. It's more just like, it's not a priority at this stage where you should really worry about that. So you have, might not be as bad as I think, because I go here, they can just do that. I go here, they'll just take it. So there's almost nowhere that you can go. That's too bad. I mean, you could almost go here. Go here, they could give a check, but then I could still take. They could take a pawn. It would just be kind of awkward. Yeah, these last couple games have been very sloppy, and again, it's just all stuff that you can easily see. So that stuff I don't like. But that's the only thing that ever happens. Like, nobody's really... Anybody who would be doing something above and beyond would be a lot higher rating too, so... It's just such a self-defeating way to look at it. Like, it's just a boring, stale kind of game so much of the time. Go here, like, I don't care. Wait, that was such a bad move though, wasn't it? Oh no. Sometimes it's pretty good though. Like, I can withstand these little minor disadvantages that I have. Like, I could be down plus -2, -4. Like, it's fine sometimes, but so let's see if he can actually convert this, because you can still make it very annoying for him. But some of these positions have just been so uncomfortable where even when I'm winning, it's just like people are playing in such weird ways all of a sudden that I just don't care. Bro, there's like a million fucking things you can do. That wasn't even very necessary because you had the unleash for that. You take, I take. Oh my god. I have to appreciate his patience, but I don't really understand why you would even bother doing this right now. If I just played a little better, maybe I could have flagged him, because he's so unbelievably slow. Whether he's winning, losing, doesn't matter the circumstance. He's just slow. Man, this bishop has been fucking stupid the whole game. It's possible to get a stalemate when there's when they have little time, but it's not quite that little. That's where over promoting can maybe simplify it for them, but it can also fuck them up because they get a little, you know, it does increase the chance of a stalemate. Yeah, this is fucking trash, man. Like you're trying to force yourself to do something in such a boring way. But then if you really want to make it like that, you should just play classical anyway. It's gonna just fucking take forever. Like what the fuck? I don't know how I can do it so consistently sometimes where like in 1 day span of time, I get from 1640 to like 1730. So clearly this level is too much for me and I can't handle it. Also, I can do that. Like what the fuck am I doing that's so different that was Chess World. Like I obviously do certain things that work, but then it's just maybe boring as hell and I don't want to do it like that. Like or you know what it is like sometimes you're winning and you want to just get it over with quickly and then you end up fucking it up. You just have to stay disciplined a little bit. So again, that's the lesson in chess. The more boring your style of play, the better it is, which is proven true in the amount of draws you get, proven true in the amount of whatever kind of long, stale, repetitive positions you get. So again, boring is better. Anything that might be more interesting is always not going to work. I guess unless you know exactly how you're doing it, which you reasonably wouldn't at this level. Like who is good at attacking at this level that really hasn't studied and doesn't know what they're doing, like, or hasn't played a lot? Like even I played a lot, as much as I hate to admit it. So at this point, you should almost just be willing to study or do something else because it's just a waste of time. And it's not like your opponents aren't doing that. Like, look at him, look at him. He's pre-moving the opening. And there'll be that one move that I make too fast, and then that costs me the whole game, but it's like an impatience that I have. Like look at that, look at that. But no, bro's gotta go so fast that you fucking... Bro doesn't even care. He doesn't even care, like... Just fucking blunder my bishop, blunder my rook, doesn't even matter. He didn't even notice, he didn't even care, he didn't even stop to check the next move, whether he might have been able to do it or not. He just doesn't give a shit, dude. He's a speed demon, that's the only thing that matters. This is in a bit of an awkward spot. And now he has less time than me, despite him being such a speed demon, apparently. But no, I mean, clearly that's not a person who studies openings. That what he did is just probably second nature. He's playing the game for the first time and just... Wait, what? Or yeah, why does that take him so long? Because, oh, he thinks it's part of my master plan opening theory. Again, all this is still a result of the same weird opening that... Whatever, I made a mistake before, then it leads to this somehow. But no, like it's like playing in a rush that you just want to get it over with almost, which I kind of do, so I shouldn't even bother fucking playing. But no, one of these days, if I actually have more time, I might try to start some other series or actually do something else, but I just don't know right now. That's what chess can be for me, is like a filler type of game, but even in that category, there should be other things I end up doing that could be better. Right, like I did a lot of those last year where I did like playing checkers for the first time effectively, or playing shogi, or not shogi, go, or something of the sort for the first time. He's +2. Can't do anything with that. He's got a pass pawn and he's +2. Clearly to his credit, because I don't know what's even happening. I should just stop. I think this was the 5th art too, so maybe that's enough. There are just times where like you just don't want to play. So like I'm just kind of forcing myself. That's really what it feels like. I'm not even paying attention. I'm not doing anything. Let's see. I think that was my 5th art, so I'd have to re-log in and redo the art, which is, maybe that's a good psychological thing, that you are, having to go through that trouble means that you'll be encouraged to play better, but clearly not. Right, whether to maintain the streak based on that, or it just gives you something like little that you're playing for, more so than just the rating itself or whatever. But yeah, this is probably going to take forever now. I was on kind of a good streak for a while, but let's see what the next art is going to be. I guess I could show this as I'm doing it, but somehow I don't like to sometimes. And yeah, my other channel has been nothing but PvZ, and it's still going to be for a couple weeks, because that's like all. It's annoying because like when you have this many pages of uploads, it lets you change like the rows per page, but it doesn't let you actually choose the page number. So I have to manually go back one by one by one and scroll through. I don't know why you should have to do that. Imagine if you have like a million fucking videos on your channel, right? How annoying that would be. There must be some other feature that I'm not aware of for that. Okay, so this one's kind of funny though. So this is the life shrooms, that it's part of the whole theme that we had in the playthrough, like Paper Mario hard mode, where Mario resists the 5 temptations of the Mushroom Kingdom, meaning like I'm not allowed to use those items, that I kind of just self-enforce that rule. That's not really part of the hard mode. The hard mode is just it increases the health values and stuff of enemies, and the damage, but I sort of self-enforce somewhere along the line that I'm not going to use Life Shrooms, Jam and Jelly, Ultra Shroom, Metal Cap, and Repel Gel, because it feels like those are sort of cheese items that would make it too easy. And so throughout the playthrough, I keep playing with that idea. Like another thumbnail is just to show those 5 temptations and showing that I'm not allowed to use them. And so this one was like towards the end of the game. I've never really like had a life shroom in my possession, or I've been resisting using them the whole playthrough. So then this guy gives you all these fetch quests, the little old Koopa, I can't remember his name. And so he gives you a fetch quest to get one for him. So now he's like kind of tempting you to the dark side, that, oh, go bring me a life shroom. And so in the act of me going to get one for him, now it's sort of tempting me, oh, maybe I'll end up using it myself, or, whatever. It's just rubbing it kind of in my face that I can't use it. So now I make him have a text box saying, they're so soft and spongy, one little lick will drive you wild, like talking about the life shroom. But because he's like this lecherous old weird Koopa that sends you on all these weird quests to go fetch a adult tape from the Goomba grandpa. It's like some explicit cassette that they don't want to, whatever, some adult film maybe that they're passing around that they don't want you to know about, which is kind of weird for a kids game. And so this set doesn't seem to be working right, and so you're kind of playing with that this lecherous old Koopa tries to tempt you to the dark side. What was the title of that even? Like, I can't remember. Like he tries to make Mario break his one rule, basically, that I'm trying to not use a life stream. He's talking about this, right? As in the life stream, but actually, he's too innocent and young to know any better. So yeah, this one is not really a set even. It's dark theme, but it comes with this set, which may be one that I've already used, but I don't care. I'll do it anyway. Yeah, let's just try to win a couple here. I'm not too happy about the way this is going, but it has like this weird box around the outside that's appearing, which I assume is, maybe that is what it means by the dark theme, but I don't know. You can go like this. Again, I'm just either moving too fast or at a certain point not really caring enough about what I'm doing. So this is one of those typical annoying spots where the presence of the knight prevents you from doing anything with respect to the that square because of whatever. If you take, then take, it almost makes me want to do this, but it may not even be worth it, really. I would take, they would take. The problem with some of these pieces in some of these sets is the white pieces are like sometimes too white where they sort of blend in with the background, especially when the board itself is white too. You go there and it doesn't really matter to me too much. But you're just going to end up giving this thing the fucking runaround. You could go here. Now, they would take, I would take, at least you can make this move now, which is trying to set up for the bishop pair position, but I don't know exactly what that means. Like, I would want to almost to go there. Now that seems all cute, but there's no reason why I just can't castle my way out of it. But no, I'm making my moves before I'm even really looking at the board or looking at the position. Like, when would you ever have a reason to be moving that fast? And the answer is you shouldn't really have that. This is almost like a blindfold thing where I'm just fucking, I can barely see my own pieces. Partial blindfold where you can't see your pieces, but you can see theirs, or, some of these piece sets almost play into a different level of that. So here I can't do anything. I don't really understand. You're caught between two knights, and I could also try to bring the thing here, the bishop itself. So the light square diagonal is wide open. The dark square diagonal is a little constrained, but it's the case where I could probably address it here a little bit. So I'm doing well, so I just have to not make a mistake or not get too cocky or not play too fast, which I'm already kind of doing. It just takes so long, bro. Like, you should never do this shit when you're in a hurry or when you don't have a ton of time, but that's kind of just the nature of it. So you could bring the rook, but I don't know if that'll matter. I would take with the knight, they take with the knight, I take with the knight, they take with the bishop. They're even making it so that you can't even do that. That's a little awkward, but it doesn't matter because it's not like the bishop needs cover there anyway. No, I would take the pawn, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. This would be a little annoying, so maybe I should just do it right away. So I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. The problem is I can't even move it now, although I don't really have to move it. And the reason why I don't have to move it is because of the simple fact that I can't deal with this otherwise. So this is hitting here. To just go like this, I guess, or... Yeah, the problem is the knight becomes a liability. I maybe should have even hit it with that first. That way I could have at least dealt with it. Now I have to go back and cover this, but I can't cover it because of the simple fact that then you would lose this. So I probably have to go here, but then it blocks my own thing. So I don't know. Everybody does have that bad habit too, though. Like, they'll play way too fast, and then if they end up losing, like, why are they playing that fast? But I don't know. But then if I end up losing on time, then, oh, maybe I should have done that too. Okay, he's being a little slow here. Yeah, yeah, I saw that too. Like they could now if I take, then they can double take that, so I don't give a shit. Or no, that's not even what I thought it was. I thought it would mean that they could double take this. Like they would have been there, and then I couldn't move this because this wouldn't be covered. Another +1 from -4. Like I'm almost deliberately throwing today. So now this you can at least afford to do, where you get to just kind of move this out of the way. You do have a couple good knight positions in general, just like, you know, whatever you want to do here. Octopus Knight, that should win me the game by itself. I could have two distinct Octopus Knights, or not really here, but it would just be so good because they don't even have a knight at all. So the value of that clearly. So even though I'm losing on material by 1, which isn't a big deal, I could be winning because of that. If an Octopus Knight supposedly has any value at all, then that's got to be worth something. This is kind of cute, but it doesn't really do anything for now. This doesn't really do anything. I mean, that is adequately covered regardless. I'll just blame my transparent white pieces that they're so white that I can't even see them. But no, I totally saw that sequence. I was deliberately not saying it because, oh, maybe he would snipe me, and it took him a long time to figure it out. But I almost immediately saw that. Well, I guess I didn't see that he would take the rook. I saw that he would take that, right, and then whatever, because I had to move the rook or something. I can't even remember now, but whatever. It would have led to me having to do something else that I didn't want to do. That he would have been able to double take with the bishop and the queen on there, because he could have taken something else that would have required me to take with the knight, or whatever, the cover on there, the extra cover. Okay, that's kind of cute, and the reason why it's cute is because I don't really have to try to trade anything too much here. Like the knight is still in a good spot, but then probably what's going to happen is you get to probably what happens is you get to have an advantage, maybe with the queen off the board, but I don't know. Like you would think trades would benefit them, but it's not like that big of a material difference. But I have a pass pawn too. It's, in fact, mine's connected and theirs isn't, so I just don't know what I'm going to be able to really do with it. So now what he can also do is, I'll even tell him, he can compel the trade there, which he chooses not to do, but he could still do it anyway. But now I can do it like this. Kind of cut off the connection between that. Even then, it's like, okay, dude, okay. At least if I can save my rook, then that means I have actually a good, useful piece out here. So yeah, there's no chance that I could win this. It's possible I could draw it. And the knight is just going to be sort of useless here. And not only useless, but probably a liability too. Look how weird that looks, because it just has a clear opening there. So it takes on the color of whatever space is behind it in a very almost unnatural way, where I feel like most piece sets aren't like that. Like this has those openings, but if it moves here, that doesn't mean it suddenly becomes that color, does it? Not on this, but on this one it does. It absorbs the blue from the background. They would start hitting here, which is actually okay with me, I guess. There's not much we can do about it. The knight just ends up not being really any help at all is the problem. Yeah, I'll just try to push it for something, and it's not going to work. And there is a way to mate with this, but or in fact, you already have it. I was going to say, but no, people always get confused. Like they'll keep giving checks back and forth, like with it that way. That ends up being a little bit undesirable. So yeah, whatever little progress I made is out the window here. It's either like I'm winning each of these games, or it's pretty much even, but I keep doing something stupid at some point. Like I win a piece early in this and then I do something dumb, like I can't remember. They make a blunder and then I do something stupid here. Where it gets pinned or something. That's a blunder, so like what should I just do instead? I can't even see the arrows properly when this shit is going on. It's like sort of an unnecessary, unforced move. I don't really have to do anything at all there. And it often involves the knight. Just trying to get the knight out of the way or something of the sort. Let's do maybe one more. Art's worth, I guess. So number 2 would be... This is all towards the end of the Paper Mario Hard Mode playthrough, which was only the second one I did on this channel, which was not really all that hard, but it was fun. Like, just... I did it for like a week straight. See, that's the level of focus that I'm not showing here, but it was also long, like, you know, I had a lot more time. You know, I was doing long ass sessions every single day. So I just, you know, was very focused and sat down for a whole week every day doing it, and I just beat it in a week. So you have dark theme, dark times 3. Again, that's just like a cosmetic for the site itself. Frost pieces are pretty cool. Dark theme, frost piece. You have the background. You have the obviously the boards aren't really changing. That seems kind of odd. How did it go from that one to this? I guess that was just like the final. Like you go from, you know, you're balls deep in a playthrough, and you go from like giving a Koopa some little fucking item and just doing an errand for him, just, you know, like the calm before the storm, and now you're in the final boss of the game. So here the bosses for the most part weren't even that hard. In fact, the playthrough itself wasn't that hard. So it's like, this is me like saying, oh, I wish I could play this game for the first time again, as I'm sort of lamenting, you know, whatever, the nostalgia trip of the hard mode itself. Like, it's a good excuse to play it again, but, you know, like, I'm wishing on the stars because that's what the stars do in the game. Like, oh, I wish I could play this game again. And it's like, they're kind of like, it's kind of a bad time that you're making this wish, because that's what happens when you make a wish. It comes to them. And it's like, dude, we're in the middle of a final fucking boss fight, and you're bothering us with this shit. So let's see if I can win a single game ever here. Oh, I already fucked up. Because I didn't know what was white and what was black, so I was doing it on a... Whatever, it's not a big deal. I'm all sort of turned around, though. What do I normally do in this kind of game? I'm playing as black. So you could do it like this, I guess, but that's not really what I wanted. I act like I know what I'm doing in the first place, but it's not like, you know, I have like one opening and I try to do the same thing all the time, and if I do it slightly differently, I get fucked up. So it makes it seem like, oh, that means I know what I'm doing in terms of openings, but it really just means that I want to whatever, I just want to keep it simple and not have to worry about too much. So that's kind of what you should do. You should learn like one opening and just keep doing it over and over, but you won't always have the opportunity to do that. So this is a little different than maybe how I would have wanted it, but You kind of want to open something here. It is a weird sort of criteria too that I do. Like, I play defensively in ways that lead to closed positions, but I also don't like knights who excel in closed positions. So it's a case where, you know, I create positions that would be favorable for the knight, but then I don't like the knight. So just trying to trade everything, but we have this open at least, which can at least be moderately decent at times. A ringing endorsement. It can be moderately decent at times. Let's just try to bring this fucker out here, I guess. Or this is itself not even covered. See, look how easy I make it, though. Regardless of the outcome of the game, just trade everything. Fuck it. Why wouldn't you do it? But it doesn't mean it always benefits me. Here we go ahead and make a double stack. It's just when you're like lazy and impatient. It's like when GMs agree to a draw, like on turn 5 or something, and they get in trouble for it. As if that wasn't going to be the fucking outcome anyway. You go to here, you go to here, here. You would just try to go there. Bro really thinks he's doing something right now, and maybe he is, and I just don't know. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to create a position where if you go here, it's a little awkward. If you go here, it's awkward. It would allow you to go here. You could definitely do this. That's what I was expecting him to do all along. And this doesn't really even need to be there. Now he can push my knight out, I suppose. You're hitting there, it's covered. You're hitting this, hitting this. Okay, it's already kind of an ugly position. They had the resilience or the discipline not to trade the queen, and then as a result of that, they sort of they're sort of putting on a good attack, but that's also the problem that people have here is maybe they end up they think they have a good attack, but then it's sort of they don't know how to finish it basically. So what you have is the ability to they're just moving pawns around now randomly. Try to get rid of this stupid ass knight, but even in the act of doing it, I wouldn't have been able to take because you'd be immediately going into a fork. So what you have is not really a very clean position, even if I was to do that. So you see I'm just baiting for the trade all the time. And like that fucks up my pawns a little bit, and I'm probably going to lose one because of it, but you know, it was still somehow worth it to me. You can do this. You're attacking both of those. Like, it's not like I didn't just say that and see that it was going to happen, but somehow I just don't give a shit. You take, you push this out. You should be able to take this as a result, I guess. You go here, I can take. You go there, I can take. You go there, it's fine. You take here, you cover that. Well, like that sequence at least works out reasonably well to the extent that you have, or even in the act of doing that. But I don't even have to do it. I can let them do it. And now I'm so adequately covering those. So even though these pawns were totally busted, and they still are pretty bad, it's a case where I sort of salvaged it a little bit. Now it all comes down to the impact of the second rook. You could maybe have gone there. This seems pretty good. You're going to play reactively, cover it back. And the problem that we run into here is the fact that everything is sort of stale and frozen in place, kind of like this set is meant to represent. They could have taken that there, right? And they can even still do it now, so it'd be a worthy trade for that. I don't know whether that's really worth it or not, like, for them, but they did it anyway. And they can take the other one too. I can presumably take this here. So it ends up being pretty even despite all the hysteria and craziness going on. And so you have the ability to, I'm going to have a pass pawn either way. I already had one, in fact. So this should be a draw no matter what you look at, but, you're going to have to do that. There's a difference of one little dinky pawn, which shouldn't really make much difference at all. Right, this should not be a win for them unless they play it really well, really perfectly. In fact, even then, if I just do it right, it wouldn't be a draw anyway. I would take. Seems cute, but it's not really good at all. You know what I mean? You just lost that shit for nothing. Like, bro really thought he was doing something in the game, dude. Yeah, go ahead. Now you're gonna somehow mate me in this position, which makes no fucking sense at all. Like, I don't get it. Okay, dude. Go ahead, get the threefold repetition. You're so good. I still lose a rating even for that, but that doesn't make me change the art. I don't remember where it ever showed those numbers and stuff like that until relatively recently. You get to keep the art here. I guess the background doesn't get affected as much by a draw or how that factors into the shit here. Like, the perks and all that are cute, but all the perks you're gonna have to do with is just gaining more experience to get more perks. So it's a zero-sum process. Like, oh, you leveled up, you got a new perk that doesn't improve your gameplay. Like, it doesn't make you better or have benefits in the course of a game. It just makes you level up faster, so you can get more perks, so you can level up even faster. Like, maybe rewarding you for certain style of play, but you know what I mean? Like, it can't give you a real gameplay benefit because that'd be like cheating. I would almost have deprived you of certain functions of the site. Like, level 1, or first perk, you get to analyze games now. Second perk, you get to see the coordinates. Third perk, you get to see the clock. The fifth perk, you get to see the rating, stuff like that. But no, for all intents and purposes, I'm doing a no perk run. And apparently Stockfish is falling asleep here. Oh my god, dude. It's a free site, so I guess I can't complain, but holy shit, why the fuck is it being so slow? Whatever, I'll be caught for cheating because I'm looking at Stockfish during the course of a game because I'm too impatient to fucking do this shit. Come the fuck on, why is it doing this? Game is clearly just too complex for the site and the engine to handle. I don't even want to look at it, I just like to have it in my database. So if I like look at my overall record and stuff, it'll show up averages and stuff. Yeah, we've lost like 21 rating here, which is utterly ridiculous. Go here, go here. The problem is that I keep getting impatient, or I'm just not really doing anything right. See, that's the difference. Of it's not a question of, oh, now I have to get back to what I was like 1660. It's the fact that if I had won these games instead, I'd be at like 1680, 90, pushing for 17. Now I have to go back and then do that again. Like, it just wastes my time. Like, I don't even care. I don't even want to do this, but whatever. I'm just doing this because I don't know what other categories to do for now, so this is fine. You bring the double stack, the bishop pair, I mean. Take this, you attack that fucking liability shit piece that the knight is. Okay, dude, okay. Just sacking pieces left and right in the beginning of the game, in the opening, like you think you're fucking Levy or some shit. Always this kind of bad tendency that you have. Like, it's fine, dude, it's fine. Yeah, they could theoretically double take, but they can't actually do it, but they can take. Okay, man. Like, clearly this is what they intended from doing that thing. Right, like I didn't really have to even do that, but just fucking hurry up. Even that's not necessary because you could do like this and then it would still cover it. Okay, hurry up, dude. Like, why is it that the knight is always this fucking kind of liability? We've had the same position occur in a number of these games where I'm letting it sort of get pinned or something. Okay, I give up. Just so fucking boring, man. I mean, these positions don't normally occur, so I don't know what it is that's different. Right, with respect to... Or again, like maybe I'm just getting away with stuff that I don't normally do. Like, I normally can just play bad and get away with it. Now I'm not getting away with it, and so it's not as easy as it should be. I don't know what the fuck happens. Like how is it so vastly different? I don't get it. I lost like maybe 2 games in the whole stretch of what I was doing. Okay, so they're +1. It's okay. And then we have this going, which is fine. I don't know exactly what else I'm doing here. Like, I'm not lost, but it's just dumb. Like, I don't know where the bishop should really be going right now. You can take the pawn here. I don't know what's even going on. They sacked a piece at the beginning for seemingly no reason. Like, it didn't immediately benefit them. I don't know if I had to make the move with the queen that I did, and they could take the pawn there. But, like, I was still up material after doing that, so it's not like it led to a mate or something that really would have made it worth it. So you can take that, which is fine with me. Trying to think, like, what can I really do here? And the answer is there's nothing I can do. Like the lights for bishop, I just don't know where it's going or what the point of it is. It would take, I would take, they would take to try to basically promote this. I do have a passed pawn despite whatever position they're going for here. I should just try to promote this, I guess. Or I made the one move that I guess you really can't make, even though it's still okay. That's sometimes what chess just feels like. It's like you're trying to just like not even. It's like you're trying to just do something and you're getting bothered by somebody like just let me do nothing. I'm not even trying to do anything. Just let me fucking sit here and chill, kind of a thing. I don't know what this is, man. Like again, I'm not trying to attack you. I'm not trying to even win or do anything crazy. Oh my god. You can go here for now. They'll come up with something else to be annoying. You could just like push the pawn. But realistically, I could just lose probably the pawn by like, you know, do that, let them have it, and then I could move the bishop in the amount of time because they have to react to the queen threat. And yeah, a lot of these recent opponents have been almost a little slow for what it's worth. I could take, they could take, I could take, they could take. I don't know how people find this fun actually at these sort of levels too. At least at a higher level, you have some sort of weird pretension of ego that because you played so long, you think you're better than other people, whatever. Like it actually means something. But at this level, it's like fucking boring. And then at the higher level, it's also boring because of the draws. Like just something about it is weird. At a certain point, you'd be better off making a new account than even doing this because, you know, you could just win a couple games and oh wow, you're already 17. Like it's just a waste of time. If I'm not gonna take it seriously, why even bother playing? They did just turn down a fucking free queen, so they better have some idea for what they're doing. Whatever, this is pretty much where I started back probably a couple days ago. I can't remember. Like from, it was basically Tuesday, or no, it was Wednesday. That's fine. So whatever little provisional boost we might have gotten, right, should probably be over by now. As far as, what do you call it? Like, because I hadn't played in a little bit, but it wasn't like that long, or even when I didn't play for longer, because I was on chess.com for a while doing the permadeath variants that I was going through that. It didn't make that big of a difference. So I guess whatever, it's treating my rating as like very solid. So I could not play for several months, it felt like, and it still didn't make much of a difference. So you have a case where Let's see here. Frost pieces. Those ones were okay, but they were somehow throwing me off a little bit. Sometimes they look like too close to each other. Okay, hipster pieces. I was gonna stop after that one, but let's just keep going. You can even see, like, my thumbnail is even to do with Lichess itself, so you're gonna get confused between which is which. Or that could somehow constitute cheating because you're looking at the engine if it's a game that's being analyzed, but it's like a still image of something that happened like a year ago that has nothing to do with the actual current game. Okay, I don't get what it is that I'm doing that's so different here than how I've been playing normally. But again, part of it could just be I'm getting away with playing shitty in some of these, but not really. I'm just being sort of impatient. Okay, I don't know exactly what this is about here. They would take, I would take. It's already an unusual position with that. But they kind of have to, otherwise they could double take or... See, they could do a move like that, but it's kind of awkward. Like, they don't really want to do a move like that. This always fucks up their castle to a certain degree. That, you know, maybe they didn't want to do it anyway, but I would take, they would take, I would take... They have the knight. So whatever has happened here is a very uncomfortable position for them. But no, it felt so easy, like, when I was doing that. Like, I was going on a pretty good stretch for a while there. I don't know how it's so different. So here it could be annoying because if they do it, no, it doesn't matter though. I would take, they would take with the queen. I would take, they would take, I would take. It's not really gonna work. What should I be trying to do? Like, this looks like you're putting a certain amount of pressure, but I don't know how to really finish it off. I would take, I don't fucking know. There's something you could have conceivably done to really punish this, but I just don't know what it is. You would think White should win this game every single time just because of how busted Black's development is, but I don't know. And I'm always very passive. And again, this is one of those self-inflicted things. Like, I didn't do anything really. They just maybe played it weird. Like the first time I look and I don't see little Fire Rat on, because he's always on. But then he doesn't play. He doesn't play a lot of rated games that show up here. He'll play like a lot of practice games or something. I don't know how that's possible. Like, you're always online, or he's studying or something. If I go here, they would take. Then I could take. They could take. I could, and it won't matter because of that. I don't get it. This is pinned, but I can't do anything to it. I'll just try to bring in the light curvature, I guess. But if they move the queen, I still can't do anything because take. I would take, they would take, and then I can't take because the queen's in front and the bishop is there. So it's really not that big of a deal. You'd want to make a move like this, but I just can't. Okay, bro. Everybody's so fucking boring, man. Seems like a very good position for white, but I don't know. It's still gonna drag on for another 100 fucking moves. I have a weird combination of patience and impatience, and like, you know, I like classical, but I'm also often too impatient to actually play it. Or it feels like it should be one extreme or the other. Like if you're gonna do it, then be super slow about it, but this should be putting a good amount of pressure now, where I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. I know it's still not enough though. They still have too much cover on there. Like I'll still initiate something, but I don't get it. Like how much shit do I actually need out here to make something happen? I take with the knight, they take with the knight. I take with the bishop, they take with the bishop. I take with the queen, they take with the queen. I take with the rook, they take with the king. So it's still not enough. Because of course the defender always gets the benefit of whatever attacking last, and obviously on account of the king, it's just too much cover. So it all this and it doesn't actually do anything for me. Like what kind of fucking position is black in right now? Like what the fuck is this? There's no way that this is decent for black at all, but it's still not so clear how you actually take advantage of it. And so you have a situation where like, oh, bring your pieces in, but like I brought every fucking thing in and I still can't do anything. I'll just you know, now you make it kind of worth it for me, but if you didn't do that, so hue points earn 12. I don't get it though. Like what is the like what leveling up I guess has more to do with perks, but or, you know, it should be more like you unlock them, so you get to choose between them now. I can use whichever one of the ones that I've unlocked, or it really makes more sense with piece sets. Like, I could make my own add-on like this with all the custom piece sets that you have on the little app that I do. So, like, you deliberately do it like that. Like, I'm going to restrict you. You can only use the first one, and then every time you win a game or level up, you can unlock a new one. And so you know, I could do that myself, too. Like I'm just deliberately restricting myself to the ones that I already have just to make it more interesting, just to give me a sense of reward for what I'm doing. He's got like the little brilliant icon there, which that should be copyrighted by chess.com because they always use that, but I feel like I've seen stuff like that on here sometimes, but then I never see it. Like maybe I just never see brilliant moves. Like I swear I've seen that on this site in the analysis, but then maybe they got rid of it because that is like associated with chess.com. So look at me, a King's Indian expert. I know how to make 3 moves in a row. But this is fine. This is fine. Just go back. Okay, so this is fine. Go here. Doesn't matter. I should be doing the sort of dark square anchor structure, I guess. This could be a little bit annoying. This whole knight thing has happened to me like a million times so far, where okay, this is itself annoying. They would take, I would take, I don't know what the fuck is even going on now. sort of fall asleep worrying about my little aesthetic pawns that I'm doing, and it leads to this shit where you have already like all these busted positions that happen out of the opening, man. It's just so fucking stupid. It would take, I would take, and then they still can't do anything, but this is obviously dangerous. But it's okay. Let's see how many thousands of games you'd played here. 1,700, not that far off from me. This doesn't bother me too much, but go to here, go to here. So I don't see what the difference is with that. I would say never play too fast in the opening, but then I also use like half my time sometimes in the opening. You could take here, but then you open up all kinds of uncomfortable shit. This is all very annoying. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. Like, why am I even leaving it like this anyway? Like, if I just move this, everything's fine. Cover that, which doesn't matter. I could take this now, seemingly with impunity. You can take that, I don't really care. Ooh. Hmm. I just get sort of restless too much sometimes. You just want to make something happen because the game can be so stale with that. Now you come here and that's a disaster. I didn't realize I could even do that. How long have they been able to do that for? I guess just that one move. Wait, but why would they even do that? Wait, what? How did they do that, and how are they still +2 after doing it? If I take this, it's okay, I guess. I don't know what they're doing. They're gonna mate me somehow, but I don't see it. Or, okay. This is like how, you know, when you're just playing just for the sake of playing. Like, you're not really interested, you're just doing it. Which is kind of exactly what I've been doing this whole week, because I was still doing much better at the beginning. Like, because I don't know what else to do right now, and I don't have a lot of time. So I've just been doing this as like a filler category, but that doesn't mean I couldn't still do a little better at it. Let's do maybe one more. I don't fucking know. That was the third one. This is fourth one. It's a shogi clip. In principle, I like typically didn't believe in doing clips at all. Like, I would always just do, but you know, the short form content appeals to a lower attention span or whatever. So that was hipster pieces. I don't really see what's so hipster about it. What's the name of that set? Now this is something versus Soviet, which arguably you feel like maybe you shouldn't use on stream. That somehow these symbols might be a little questionable. I don't see why though, really. Like, what is it? Just no, it shouldn't be a problem, because that's like saying you can't play as them in like a RTS game or something. Like, it doesn't mean you're vouching for them. I guess if it had like a swastika or something, it could be questionable. It shouldn't matter. I didn't make the set, you know what I mean? I'm just doing it. Now we'll go on a 20 game win streak with this one, just to show, like, you know, that we'll have to use this for a long period of time. Not to say it won't be confusing, actually, what is what, too. That's a knight. This is a bishop. These are obviously pawns. No, that is kind of a fun archetype, like these military themed piece sets. You could do it with like any two. You could do it with Ukraine and Russia right now. Again, that doesn't mean you're taking a side in it. It just happens to be a set. Right, like imagine being offended by a fucking chess piece set. So this is like interesting because you could take this, and the reason why is because you... No, I guess not. Or wait. No, you could do it. But this is a bishop. Wait, what? Oh, that's confusing as hell. Wait, but those look the same too. Wait, what? Or are they supposed to be different? But they look so fucking similar that I can't distinguish them. This is a knight, this is a rook. At least on this... Oh, I guess they all kind of look a little similar. You can always tell them apart in terms of the side that they're on. Like, obviously with the flag, but... It's like when you have a mouse cursor, a custom mouse cursor, that it'll be the image of what you want it to be, but then it'll have the little arrow on the side too. Like, that defeats the whole purpose of it being like a custom cursor. This is okay for now. Or like the anal beads, and this one would be two that like I would almost skip just because of whatever potential. I mean, it is just a fucking chess set, but somehow, you know, whatever, people are dumb like that. Or somehow this might make you play better because you have to take time to figure out what the piece is, so you process it better than if you just take it for granted in another sense. So this is a knight, this is a bishop, this is a bishop. If you take, I could not take. This could happen. I'm just gonna lose on purpose so I don't have to use this set. Okay, bro. But no, I was thinking about like, okay, I gotta finish my Smite series, but it doesn't really matter because there's no time limit on that. It's not like it's gonna go offline. And then the Magic series, I wanted to at least keep up current with it in terms of like it's a case where if I keep current with it, I can eventually do the challenge that I get to Mythic after doing my account. But I was almost going to do that immediately after the I was almost going to do it immediately after the the PvZ one, but then that feels like kind of too exhausting and too annoying. And so I totally did that just because I don't want to use this set, I guess. But yeah, I don't really know what I want to do. I always have this unbelievable tendency to go on these good and bad streaks, and I don't really know why. Okay, what is the next one here? Just have like one quality game. So that was a shogi related one. This is the I don't even know what it is. It's like some sort of notepad that I was explaining, or in Paint. You know it's serious when I pull out Paint. It's like me explaining like tips to beat higher rated players, or at least do better against them than you typically would do. Like I can't even read it. Pretend you're making a mistake or moving aimlessly to bait an overconfident style of play from them. Trade horses because they suck. Play for an endgame draw, equalize pieces by trading. Play unpredictably. They know all the basic lines. Don't play something predictable and obvious. Play super defensively. Assume they're better attacking. You'll never win an offensive game. Lock the pawns. Trade everything. Less pieces equals less chance of blundering, or less opportunities for them to attack you with those pieces. Okay, let's move on from that one. What do we got here? Wood board. Oh, that one actually does work though, if so many of them that don't. Blindfold. Okay, I won't mess around with those ones though if it actually affects the experience of the game. The blindfold level 1 is what? Everything is the same color. Level 2 is everything is a shape. Level 3 is everything is a shape and a color. The same color. Okay, let's do that one. And then I keep thinking like, oh, I have to change the board, but obviously I don't anymore. And it wasn't really all that exciting. Like, it was fucking up with the hues anyway. Like, there was seemingly no difference, or I don't know what I was doing with it. So this is at least more clear of a way to change it. Gaga 2007. This is okay. This is okay. Why can't we just get like a normal game, like where something crazy doesn't happen? Or like an easy handout game where they sort of give me a little thing here. Now, is it going to be that they're going to sack it and do something crazy? Which usually that'll benefit me too. They'll do it and they'll just be down a piece and they don't even accomplish anything. But then I still end up losing somehow in a totally unrelated way. So that almost seems to validate what they're doing. Because like, oh, they're they end up winning, after sacking a piece, but it's not like because of the sack of the piece. The sack of the piece was objectively a blunder, and then I end up being up and, net positive, but it's sort of just fool's gold that you think they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. Now maybe this will open to the king, which seems all dangerous, but I don't really give a shit. There is adequate cover on there, or maybe there's not now. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take. No, it actually is adequate cover. It's just kind of one time they're not going to be able to give a check, so that's what's going to fuck them over. It might not matter as much as I think. You're like, okay, so you did that, but so what? You shut off your own thing with your own diagonal here. So what did it really accomplish? I wouldn't really want to trade the stupid ass knight, because then that would open this. If they take, I can do this and try to set up to block that file itself. Right, so it's not actually that bad. But again, how do these positions keep occurring? Like, there's something I must be doing that is playing into them, or something that I don't normally have happen. You have this, even if they try to do something with the queen, they block their own shit here, which doesn't matter to me at all. I can't do anything with this. They give up the double diagonal. This is fine. They can take there, which is obviously stupid. Bro, like, this is really what is so fucking stupid about the experience. When you win, it's because of stuff like this. When I lose, it's because of stuff like this. Like, it's completely trash. It's just a trash experience. You're hitting both of these. You can cover this one here, but you can't. Take this. You can take whatever you want. You can take this. Give a check. Take this. They take there. Go here. Come on, bro. You don't have all day. I should just fucking do one extreme or the other is the point. Either just play Hyperbullet or play fucking Correspondence. Like, there's no in-between for a game like chess. It's so fucking boring and trash and repetitive. Yeah, these are generally good principles. Trade, I sort of do this even all the time, but especially against higher rated players. Trade everything. Right, less pieces, you have less stuff to blunder, they have less stuff to attack you with. Play super defensively. Attacking is basically impossible unless you're a fucking god level expert of the game who studied their whole life, and so don't even bother trying to do it. And then play unpredictably, play for end game stuff, pretend like you're making a mistake or moving aimlessly to bait an overconfident style of play. Or you don't even have to pretend, you can just genuinely be like that, but they'll underestimate you naturally no matter how good they are. Trade horses because they suck. And just let this fucking take all day too, man. I don't like queuing up for a game with that still going on, because then, it feels like you're cheating. But I would always look at like my last game while playing the next game, which should be allowed, because it has nothing to do with what you're doing, but I don't understand why this is being so slow. Yeah, some of these matchups they give me are very irritating too. Like we had that happen yesterday, I feel like a couple times, where it would be like a 1700. And then I lose, and then I still lose a lot for that. Or even if I win, I don't get enough. It's kind of weird. Yeah, even as I speak of it, what a fair and balanced matchup. So if I win, I should get like 20 points, and if I lose, I should lose like 0. I should gain rating for losing to them. So I'm very confused as to why these games are progressing so differently than what I'm used to here, because it should really be about the same. So what you have is a simple ability to go here, develop. The Darksphere Bishop is going to be in a weird spot the whole game. You go here, go here. Yeah, I can totally beat this guy too, but it's just going to be a little bit irritating. I get my little V-shaped structure, even though it doesn't serve the purpose for a bishop the way that I sometimes like it to. Like if you have the Lightsphere Bishop, that's the real bonus point of it. You have one bishop only, so it preserves the diagonal. And then you have okay, so this is fine. You attack there and go here. So this is more like a normal game though. See, now everything is fine, and now you can try to figure something out instead of them playing some stupid cheeky opening and overdoing it over the top. They take, I take. If they don't, I can still do this. I'm surprised they really even let that happen. So this could be a potential problem, so I have to make sure with what I take here. You do it with the knight for what that's worth. Now you could take. Yeah, nothing happening here is a big deal. We can move this shit back again. And so now the only thing you have to do is figure out gonna have to cover this, honestly. You know, you could do this endless back and forth sequence. You go here, then I go here, then you go here. Like, it's so stupid. So everything is traded, everything. Yeah, here we go, dude. Here it comes. I guess I could not do it, but like, okay, you go here now, but now if you go back, I'm forced to react, and then it just becomes annoying. Or that could happen too, I guess. But because I didn't want to do that annoying repetitive sequence, then I end up losing something. Isn't that fun? So you should understand the kind of game that you're playing, that it is meant to be extremely repetitive and boring. And that means you're doing it the right way. Like really, that I could have just done it. I even made fun of the prospect of doing it. Okay, so what does this do? We got to make sure we stay on that. There's nothing really too good they can do here. We already made back whatever disadvantage we had. And of course the knight is so trash, but I better not let that happen. Okay, so we already recovered in terms of the pawns, but the problem is the rook is still going to be too good, or, you know, we have a couple octopus knight potential thresholds. So if we get one knight here and one knight there, you should be basically invincible, but not really because, I don't know. Like, you know, it's, if one octopus knight is so good, then this should be over the top, but I don't know exactly what the king can do here. If you take, I can take. That might have been a bad move, but you want to make sure you have these two covered, or maybe there's just no easy way he can even target that. So I don't understand. It should probably be a draw. We could try to make something happen with this, but it's going to be too slow. Now, if you move this to hit there, you're going to do something else that's problematic. So it is annoying because let me try to see if I can march this, even though realistically that shouldn't happen at all. Or that was a misclick, but I guess we'll do it anyway. Like why are you letting this even happen right now? Why did you let that happen? And why did I do that? I have no idea what's going on. They let me do it even though I sort of blundered it. This is actually a very bad idea too, because now the rook is kind of too good. So now this becomes a problem because of the simple fact that you can just do this. Okay. Totally unnecessary, man. That's what I like when I sometimes go on good stretches too, because I kind of reveal the artifice of the game to a degree. Like, I could do a certain style of play if I really wanted to. That's just, you know, play for a draw. Just play for a draw every time, and either I'll win by some fluke or not. But why even bother trying to play it like it's an actual properly designed game or interesting or anything? You should understand the way that it works, and that's all you have to do. I even said it, like, as I'm doing it. I said, oh, we could do this back and forth kind of bullshit. Is that really what you want to do? And I should have, because it would have been better. Could give me a stalemate potentially. So fucking boring, dude. Holy shit. You just gotta realize, like, what is actually the reasoning behind stuff like that, and it is very clear in terms of... Alright, that wasn't too bad, though. You only lose 4. Okay. Let's see, how many more do we have? Maybe I'll do the one last one here. Or no, that was the last one. Okay, see you tomorrow.